Oh, oh, wow. Oh, wow. I'm on live. I'm on live. Is anybody gonna come through? Is anybody gonna come through? I'm on live. I'm on live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. Oh. Oh. Hello. I've never been on live on my computer before. Hey, what's up? What's good? Okay, what's up, Christoph? What's up, Sophie? What's up, do your thing, B? Do your thing. What's up, Aries love? Shout out to the Aries in the building. Fire sign gang, fire sign gang, fire sign gang. Yes, Leo gang here. What's up, Amari? What's up, Alexis? What's up, Aaron? What's up? What's up, Daydreamer Thinker? Oh, thank you for saying I'm a baddie. What's up, Brianna? Ooh, I don't want to mispronounce your name. Nayakong? Nayakong Yang? Nisha? That girl, Leisha? Linda? Trev? Anna? Gichian? Danielle? Marley? See, I don't want to... Yo, like this live up. Like this live up, you know. Guys, you know what's going on right now. We got that... I don't even know if I should say it because they're wilding on YouTube right now if you do that. Okay, anyway, you know what's going on right now. Right now, we are in a quarantine, you know, we in the crib. I'm in the crib, and I thought I'd just come on here real quick and say hi to you guys, check in, like, how are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? What's going on? What's up, man? Who tasted me? How you guys feeling during this good old time that we're in right now? Like, are you guys like really stressed about it? Like, do you feel anything different, or does it just feel like a regular day? Are you guys off school? Hey, oh yeah, drop the signs in the building. What signs are in the building right now? I want to see what element we have in the building, because I was always interested in like which like element watches my videos the most. Like, I don't know if it's like the fire or the water or the air. I would guess the air though, because the airs are like always on the internet. Yeah, and maybe the earth. Probably not the earth. Earth, they just minding their business. They chilling. Fire, because we lit. I don't got school for 3 or 4 weeks. Ooh, it's chat flowing. Dang. Netflix in quarantine? Okay, we got some Gemini, some Leos, Aquarians. I love Aquariuses so much. I love Aquariuses so much. This feels like a regular day. Y'all. I swear, probably all the Virgos in the building, they're not catching the coronavirus at all. They're not catching the coronavirus. They way too clean for that shit. They say, y'all nasty. Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy. I got out of school. For my whole semester is canceled. Like, I go to college and stuff like that. And yeah, my whole semester, the whole spring semester is canceled. So I'm just kind of like, what? Like, what is this? Like, this is crazy. The whole semester is canceled. And I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I'm trying to decide if I should go back home, because if y'all don't know, like, my family, they live in Florida. And I'm just sitting here trying to figure out, like, yo, should I go back home right now? Because what if they like cancel the flights, like domestic flights and shit? I'm just like, I don't know. But then I'm like, but my spirit is telling me to stay here in LA. So I don't know why, but oh yeah, I still have homework too. They're making all the classes online. Yeah, I'm not really like she said, I didn't see the name, but I'm not really worried about basically like the disease itself or the virus itself. I'm not really too much worried about that because, you know, I got my immune system up. Oh yeah, that's what I want to talk to you guys. I'm gonna probably make a video like tomorrow, basically telling you guys like how to boost your immune system and also like on spiritual hygiene and stuff like that, because this is really, really valid at this time. Like, you guys need to be on point when it comes to your immune system. Who gives a fuck? Like, you guys are not supposed to be just washing your hands and expecting things to be great. Like, you should have been washing your hands every day. What you guys need to be doing is boosting your immune system. So eating your vegetables, getting enough sleep, you know, drinking enough water, okay? Taking your supplements. My favorites, elderberry. I like taking the syrup. Black seed oil. I like to take in the little supplements that they have. There's also some herbs you want to get. Euthanasia. That's good for, you know, the throat. Of course, like honey, garlic, lime, that type of mixture, good for the throat once again. Period. Yeah, I'm gonna talk all about that in my video that I'm gonna post tomorrow. I'm so attractive. Thanks. I tried. Thumbs this up, guys. Thumbs this video up. I'm so excited to be talking to you guys right now. Yes, stay hydrated. Shout out to all the water signs. Gang, gang. If y'all don't have any food. No school for 14 days. I mean, if you guys don't have school, don't have classes, what you should be doing, like, is taking advantage of this time, either trying to be a hustler. So, like, you know, working on yourself, okay? Focusing on yourself, focusing on your brands, focusing on your business, or you guys should be like getting creative, you know? If you're stuck in the crib, focus on your creativity. Like, if you always wanted to start a YouTube channel, make a YouTube channel, you know, record some TikToks, you know, draw some artwork, okay, paint some pictures, take some photographs, you know, get to know your family more, because some of you guys are not even close to your family. So talk to your family, communicate, FaceTime people, but get creative. This is the perfect time where we literally have, a lot of us at least, don't have any obligations to go like elsewhere unless you have a job. But if you don't have a job and, like, let's say you live with your family and stuff, like, get into with your creativity, like, you know, create some dope ass artwork or something. Like, just do something creative to like really get in that zone. Yeah, of course, work on your spirit. You know what I'm saying? Meditate. Y'all always telling me, oh, I want to meditate. I don't have the time. I can never figure it out. Well, now you got all the time in the world. I don't want to hear any excuses. I better see all y'all in the room like, also, like, use your voice too if you're meditating. Like, don't be afraid. Like, when you do that too, because that's also good as well. Girl, I just watched a video. Oh my God, how did you guys react to the video I just made? Because I know, like, some people were probably like a little triggered by that video, and I know I saw a lot of people liked it too. And honestly, I was just feeling like, yo, I gotta say this. You ever just be like, I gotta say something, I gotta get something off my chest? I think that's what definitely happened when I recorded that video. I was just kind of speaking from my heart, like, just letting y'all know, like, what's going on, what's the tea. Yeah. Yes, 30-minute meditations. Oh, you was in there. You were in there. He said it was intense, but I loved it. Yes. Guys, I got Venus in the 8th. I got Pluto in the 1st. Like, you guys know, I'm a light Leo, right? I'm a sun in Leo, a Venus in Leo, Sag rising. So I'm really, what's up, guys? But also, like I told them, we about that intensity, okay? We about that real shit. I love my occult shit, okay? I love that shit. I don't play these games. I be scaring people. Do I scare you guys? Oh, I felt like I needed to hear that. Yeah, you know, I honestly feel like I was channeling when I was making that video. I was like, yo, I feel like every time you feel like you have to say something, you have to get something off your chest, especially when you start having an audience and stuff, like that's not for me. That's for other people. You know, I feel like I was speaking to other people. And like I said, I was on Twitter and I saw like this thread of people, and they were talking about basically how they felt in the beginning of the year and how like a lot of people were feeling like this heavy energy. They felt like something was coming as soon as like January hit. And then like somebody quoted it and was like, oh, all these people in this thread are completely like insane nut jobs. But then they like re-quoted it again. They were like, turns out all those people were right. Like all those women were right, basically. And I was like, yeah, totally. You know, I'm sick and tired of people disrespecting the feminine energy, that creative energy, okay? That intuitive psychic energy. Like, you know, we all have that within us. And for so long, this freaking society has tried to like shut that down and not get us to trust our intuition and our creative energy and just try to push it aside. It's not that important, like secondhand stuff. I'm sick and tired of that. And I feel like the feminine energy is sick and tired of it too. And that's why, you know, this world is going to be a little crazy for a little bit because everybody's all messed up. We're not aligned as a collective. Like I said in the video, because of that, you know, there's going to be a lot of destruction for a while. But I feel like if you guys have been in tune spiritually and in tune with your path, you know, in tune with your soul, because that's another thing. That's another thing. A lot of people are going to be getting their karma. With Saturn and Pluto, nobody is safe, baby girl, baby boy. No one's safe. No one is safe, okay? Like celebrities, I told y'all, if y'all don't follow me on my other Instagram, like other than my It's Baby J Instagram, I have one called Jalian, where I just be on there like just talking the shit, right? Explaining the tea. And I told everybody, I was like, the celebrities are about to get it. People in power are about to get it. If you have been doing corrupt stuff, shady stuff to get to the top, man, Saturn Pluto about to kick your ass. Like, I'm not even playing. Like, Saturn and Pluto don't play these games, all right? Like, and I told you, Pluto is death, okay? Pluto is death. It is destruction. Those energies are, oh, it's death. Just death. No, it's death. Death. I can't. Death. Oh my God. That's what's going on though. Like, don't be scared though. You'll be okay. We're all gonna be okay. As long as you don't resist the transformation that needs to happen in your life, you're gonna be straight. That's like trying to like, that's like something trying to, I don't even know. Yes, I'm currently transforming my sexual energy into creative life force energy. Yes, I love the sound of that. You guys. It's crazy that you say that. That's what's going to be in my workshop that I'm actually dropping. I'm dropping my first workshop probably at the end of this month or like the beginning of April. It's going to be about that divine feminine energy. And that includes sexuality. We're going to talk about all types of stuff. We're going to talk about, and I'm like I said, I'm that 8th house type of person. So I'm not afraid of taboos. Okay. I'm not afraid of talking about things that nobody wants to talk about. We're going to talk about it. I'm going through a crazy time. What's happening with me? What do you mean what's happening to you? Of course you're going through a crazy time. If you are going, sorry, I speak so fast. It's that Mercury retrograde shit. And not like it's still Mercury retrograde. My brain is always in retrograde because I was actually born during a retrograde. So my brain is forever in retrograde. It's funny. Actually, during retrograde periods, I find that life is so much more easier. I'm like, yeah, this is great. Like, I like this. And then as soon as retrograde goes direct, I'm like, fuck, I can't talk again. Dang, because I literally be struggling to talk. I'd be like, yes, sometimes I'm just just an interesting life for me. You got Venus in the 8th. I love my Venus in the 8th, people. I love my Venus in the 8th, people. Seriously. Because listen, so many people, they don't understand our intensity. Like, here's the thing with Venus in the 8th, Venus in Scorpio type people. Let me tell y'all something. When it comes to love, it's like nobody understands and nobody gets us. It's so hard for us to find people that match our intensity when it comes to love, because we bring this level of like, yo, we want to merge with people. You know what I'm saying? We want to like have a soul bond. And like a lot of people aren't down with that, you know? So it's like, speaking of love life, guys, like my love life has been absolutely insane. Like insane. Like I'm low-key thinking about making a story time. But like I don't know. Cause like it's so fresh and like, but it's just because I haven't made story time. I used to, if you guys don't know, like when I started my channel, story time videos were really what grew my channel up and what got a lot of people knowing who I was and stuff like that. But then I went through a spiritual awakening and like I don't know, I just didn't want to talk about those things anymore. And then I just got all headfirst into astrology. So that's, you know, that's what I do now mostly. But I don't know, I might do like astrological story times, or if the story times have something to do with like something spiritual, then I might do a story time. But whoa! Oh my God. My love life has been crazy. Like you guys won't even believe me when I say, like, I'll give a little snippet. Oh, so y'all, tell me why, like, as y'all know, I go by Jalen the Alien, right? Because ever since I was a kid, I felt like I wasn't from here. Like ever since I was a kid, I just felt like I wasn't from Earth, like legit. And I'm not just like saying I'm a weirdo and I'm just a little eccentric. Like, no, like I did not relate to Earth ever since I was a little child. Like there was a point in time where I almost felt like my body didn't belong to me, you know, because I actually had depersonalization disorder when I was younger. I had struggled with that a lot. But so like literally reality doesn't feel real for me sometimes. Sometimes reality just kind of feels like a movie or it's fake, but it's bizarre because you can look at yourself in the mirror. I can look at my hands and for some reason my hands feel like they don't belong to me. Like it's weird, but I kind of gotten used to it. But anyway. So yeah, I kind of always had like, you know, the thought process that I'm not really from this earth and not of this earth. And recently that I confirmed that I am actually an alien. And I remember before I meditated once and I asked basically before I meditated, I said, where do I come from? And I saw this like huge planet. It was like black and it almost looked like a black hole type of thing. And there was just like a lot of energy around it. I don't know how to explain it. And I heard these like frequencies in my ear. And then when I got on my meditation, I was like, oh, wow, like that was really cool. But I never really thought anything of it. I didn't ask any more questions until recently. I saw it. Like I saw it. And tell me why. I meet this person, right? I meet this guy and he's so cool. Like so cool. Like I was dead, like falling for him and everything. And we had like a trippy ass experience. And basically, he was an alien. And then I saw that I was an alien. And I'm not saying like, oh, yeah, he was an alien. He was different. No, he was legit an alien, like not from this earth. And I saw it and I was like, this is some Twilight ass shit. Like, this is some Twilight fucking Edward Bella ass shit. Like, it was so trippy. Like, and then it just caused me to rethink everything. And I really, because I've always had that, I always knew that, right? That there was other beings on Earth and stuff. Because I mean, I always felt like I was one, like starseed type shit. But to see it physically, all up in my face, I was like, oh my God, this is trippy. This is so trippy. But yeah, guys, aliens, actual aliens, they're walking around among us. Other creatures from other dimensions. We all worried about space and stuff. The aliens is already here, baby. Okay? Aliens is already here. Point blank, period. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do a story about that because honestly, it was a moment. I think I'm gonna hold it within myself forever. But it was just crazy. I was like, wow. Like, life is crazy. Life is insane. Have I dated a Pisces? I see you guys talking about Pisces, 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 Pisces. Yeah. Pisces. I love Pisces. I love Pisces energy. It's interesting. I know in my past life, I was a Pisces because I have a lot of like karmic Pisces placements in my birth chart. So I kind of like I have Pisces on my IC, if you guys know what that is. I have a Pisces South Node, you know, and these are all like placements that indicate like past life, what your past life was like. So I have a lot of Pisces energy when it comes to like my past life. So it's like I relate to Pisces in a very deep way that I almost can't put into words. And I love that energy. It's me. Like it's my energy that I naturally find myself just doing sometimes and just acting like sometimes. And I feel like that's where my connection to spirituality and stuff like that comes from, like that Pisces energy. And I love Pisces because they're so creative and they're so genuinely like compassionate people. I've only met one Pisces person where I did not like their energy. Every other Pisces I've met, they pretty much have been so good, you know, just so good. And when it comes to dating a Pisces, it always depends on the rest of the birth chart. But I would love to date a Pisces because y'all know me. I love scorpionic energy, but Pisces energy, I actually haven't explored so deeply into when it comes to dating a Pisces, if that makes sense. And even like sexual relations. Let's say somebody with a Mars and Pisces. I've never been with a Mars and Pisces. I know I've been with Mars and Scorps and Mars and Virgos, actually. But, and let me tell you, Mars and Scorpios, they do something to me. With my Mars in Cancer self, like Mars and Scorpio people, they just get me. Like I just don't know. I just don't know. Like Mars and Scorpio people. Whew, anyway, but I've never like interacted with a Mars and Pisces or really dated a Pisces man. So yeah, I don't know. I might like it because it's water. I do like water a lot. Yeah. You got Mars and Virgo in the 7th house? You said, damn, Libra ain't got no chance. The only Libra guy I've ever met, he's a rapper. And he is like, he's so flirtatious to the point where I don't know, he's so good at it and he's so good at flirting and he's so charming, right? But I don't think he's like serious when it comes to relationships. And if he is, definitely not with me. Even I'm probably gonna end up bringing him on my channel too, because we have a good like social chemistry, but dating, No, I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. My best friend's also a Libra too, and I like her. And I'm a Leo, and Leos and Libras, they naturally get along, you know? So maybe. I don't know. Oh my God. You said Mars and Capricorn. Oh yeah, I'm about to drop a Mars video soon, by the way. Thumbs this video up. Everybody, thumbs this video up. Okay, thumbs this video up. I know this is a random time. I don't know, guys. If I was gonna go on live at least like once a week, what day would you guys want me to go on live? You know, what day is the best day for you guys? Because I think I want to do like a weekly live type shit, or like every other week or something, where I just go on live and we talk. You could do like a Q&A, and then I can actually like plan it out. So maybe I'll do like a tarot read, or like, you know, a live like prediction. Yeah, I could see myself. I could just like, you know, tell information. Sundays, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday, Satire Day. Y'all like Sunday? Okay, Saturday. Okay, Sundays or Saturdays are the vibes. Sundays or Saturdays. Okay, I think I'm gonna do like a poll on my community section, so that, you know, we can get this down packed. We can get the real tea. But I'm seeing it's either gonna be, oh, I hate when my hair does this. That one piece that doesn't want to flow. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do like a community tab poll, and we can see when we could do like this live. I'm so excited to talk to you guys. I never get on live, but I want to start doing it. Might as well be Sunday. Okay, we gotta have a name. We gotta have like a name. Or maybe we don't. Maybe that's too much. I don't know. Freaking if you do Sunday, Sunny, a creative name for the live. Yeah, my brain's not working right now. I should make a video about the new zodiac sign. Honestly, guys, I'm not even gonna hold you. Like, I don't even Ophiuchus. I don't even know how to spell the new zodiac sign. Like, Jalen Sundays, Baby J Sundays, Mystic Sundays, Mystical Sundays. I feel like there's no adjectives for like that start with an S. Sexy. Yeah, I don't know. Is my brain not working, or like what's going on? Sagittarius Sunday. Somebody said Sagittarius days. It's Baby J Day. Sunny. There's more synonyms. Bruh, I swear there isn't. Like, what is another word that starts with an S? I don't know. If somebody does that, if somebody can come up with a great live name, I will cash app you $5. Okay, $5. Okay, if you could come up with the best name, 5 cash app dollars. Period. Okay, I like that. Spiritual Sundays. That's cute. Go Nelly. Thank you. Thank you. Am I high right now? Bruh, I don't smoke weed. I used to be low-key a little bit of a stoner. But I don't do that no more. Because I don't know, when I started getting hella spiritual and I started to smoke, Man, I would get way too high. Like, I swear, like the last time, oh, that's a great story time. Like why I don't smoke weed. Yeah, that's a funny story. But basically, like the last time I smoked, like it was crazy. Like I was so like I swear I was so scared too. And I didn't even have that much. Like I had like one puff and I don't know. I was walking and I swear when I started walking and I stopped walking and it felt like I stopped walking like 10 seconds ago. That doesn't even make sense. But I was like, dude, it was like a wave. And then I went to the freaking store to get something to drink because my throat, it was like dry as fuck. And I was like at the cashier and I was looking at the cashier and I blinked my eyes and I swear her head was like this big. Like this is her head. And I was like, I got so scared. I was like, oh my God. And then I blinked again. It was so small. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was trying to act normal, but I feel like I probably looked like a crackhead. And I was walking. I walked back to my room and I was trying to like ignore it by looking at like a Netflix show. And I was looking at the Netflix and I was watching the TV and I started to feel like I was getting sucked into the television show. Like I was watching Grey's Anatomy and I felt like the freaking show was around me. I was like, and then I started smoking and then I would walk outside, right? And it was like dark. I remember I was with my ex and it was dark and I was like, we were smoking in the house and I go outside because I'm like, let me calm down because I was low-key like getting a little anxious. And I walk outside and I'm walking down the block trying to calm myself down. And then I see these like shadow figures in the corner. And I was like, and then like they zoom past me. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm way too high. Because I started opening up my third eye and stuff. And then at the same time, I was like afraid. At that point, I was really, really fearful about my spirituality because, I grew up in a Christian household and, it's just like, oh, you guys are about to sue me. I don't have the virus, okay? I don't have the virus. God, I know y'all gonna judge me. I don't got the virus. No, but I used to grow up in a Christian household. And I was so afraid of everything spiritual. Like literally the girl that has a spiritual YouTube channel. I was so afraid of everything, but I was also intrigued by it at the same time. I was like pulled into spiritual stuff, like all the psychic stuff, all the clairvoyant stuff. That was me. That was who I was. That's who I am, but I was just a little afraid of it. So when you have fear, like I said in that video, when you have fear of something, you just open up more opportunities to be fearful. So when I got high, man, I was on my freaking third eye was busted open. And then I still had that underlying fear. So then these freaking entities and stuff, they would zoom all up. They would just mess with me, guys. They would literally just mess with me. I would see shadow figures and stuff. And I was so scared. I was like, oh my God. So yeah, that's why I stopped smoking. That's why I stopped smoking. I'm naturally like this, you guys. I'm naturally like this. Your girl is naturally your girl is naturally lit all the time. Okay. Like I really act like this at least 30% of the day. Literally. That's what happens when you are 55% fire in your chart. Like I am a sun in Leo, a Mercury in Leo, a Venus in Leo with the Sag rising. Where's the energy coming from? The freaking stars, bitches. Like for real. That's who I am. But oh my God, I forgot about the person that came up with the best name though. Let me see. Freak. Okay. Dang, how we gotta organize this correctly. We gotta organize this correctly because I want to cash app that person. So here, what can we do here? Maybe after the live. because I feel like, can I look at the live? Could I look at the live chat after the live is over? I think so, right? Spiritual Sundays, Psychic Sundays, Spiritual Sundays. I can't. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. So, after the live, if you want to get $5 on your Cash App, give me your name, your Cash App. Like, you can either DM me on Instagram with your name, idea, and your Cash App. If I post this live, then you can drop the comment there with your Cash App. Yes. That's what we're going to do. But I think I really like Spiritual Sundays, and I think that was Nelly. Nelly, you don't got a Cash App? Dang. Dang. What way? How can you receive? You got a PayPal? I was trying to think, what do I have? You got a PayPal or a Venmo? Yo, you gotta have a Cash App, Nelly. Like that's where we at. You gotta have a Cash App. You don't even have a Cash App? Let me see. What else is going on here? If you slide in my DMs, are you going to respond? It depends. Listen, people will tell you, like, I'll dead reply to your DM, but you gotta say something that's of substance, okay? Don't DM me and say, I have a question for you. DM me and have your question. Like, just don't say I got a question. Just ask me the question. You know what I'm saying? And then don't be on no weird stuff, because some people be on some weird stuff, and I'm like, why? Just be true. If you have a true question you want to answer, like, I'll dead have a whole conversation with you, X, Y, and Z. If I know the answer, I'll definitely tell you. If you need advice, sometimes I'll give the advice, because sometimes y'all be sending like 25 paragraphs, and I can't listen. I can't do that with 25 different people every day. So, but a lot of different things, like I'll definitely DM back, especially on my second page, Jalian. Okay, I'll type it out, Jalian. Yeah, 4 N's. Yeah, 4 N, 4 N, 4 N. Wait, let me make sure I got 4 N's. I don't even know my Instagram name. Yeah, I got 4 N's. I was about to say. Well, I just posted an Instagram picture on my main account. Oh, yay. People commented on my photo. I feel so pretty. I'm great. Oh, thank you so much. I just got done following you. Thank you for following me. Oh my God, I appreciate all the Instagram love. Like, seriously, I think I'm gonna do like an Instagram, YouTube giveaway soon, because honestly, I want to like show love back to you guys, and at the same time, I also want to just spread out my other social media accounts too, because you never know. YouTube could just today just be like, snatch, your account's gone. Period. It's over. You know what I'm saying? And that was actually the lesson I learned from Mercury retrograde. When Mercury was in retrograde, oh my God. When I say my technology refused to work, it was transiting the 3rd house for me because I'm a Sag rising. And my technology refused to work. Like, it was aggravating. I couldn't post videos. I couldn't edit videos. I couldn't save videos. I couldn't do anything. I was literally, when I tried to upload the videos, it would try to upload for literally like 3 hours. and then fail. And then I tried to upload a video probably like at least 30 times. So imagine waiting 3 hours for it to fail. Another 3 hours, it failed. Another 3 hours, it failed. So then you stop for the day, and then you try again, trying to upload some videos. So, but throughout that time period, what really happened for me was I had to sit there and be like, okay, well, if I get to a place in my, social media career, whatever you want to call it, where let's say an app closes down and stuff like that, I can't just put all my eggs in one basket. So guys, like, follow me on everything, get into me on everything for real. I'm going to start posting even more like videos on Instagram, both of my Instagrams and stuff like that. So that, everything we could all connect to each other at any time. Because let me tell y'all something, with Saturn going to Aquarius, Saturn is restriction, it is limitation. Saturn is like reality, rules, discipline, right? So then when we put that into Aquarius, and that's going into Aquarius soon, when we put that into Aquarius, like we get something really interesting happening. You know what I'm saying? Let me I'm trying to see the current chart too, to see what's going on here. Okay, Sun sextile Pluto, Moon square Neptune. Yes, yeah. I think Saturn's going to Aquarius on the 20th or 21st, I believe. But when Saturn goes into Aquarius, y'all, like I said it in my recent video, but I think that honestly there's going to be some type of restriction when it comes to the internet, because I've been getting that message. What if Instagram shuts down? What if YouTube shuts down? What are you going to do? Who are you going to be? And I feel like we're either going to be forced to communicate with each other only through the internet, like how we're talking right now, or there's going to be some type of restriction when it comes to the internet itself, or like, you can even kind of tell like how they're kind of trying to like censor YouTubers and stuff like that. That type of information. But yeah, follow me on everything, and we get a pop it. It's so crazy. One of my friends the other day, they were like, Jalen, make a TikTok. You need to make a TikTok. Make a TikTok account. And I was like, okay, like, all right. Okay, like, I'll make a TikTok. If you say I'll make a TikTok, I'll make a TikTok. Because they're basically like, TikTok is a new thing. And I was like, okay. I just don't even know what content I would put on TikTok. But I was like, whatever. And then the next day, I tried to go to my friend's performance. And their performance was in like downtown LA. And it was actually right by Skid Row. And it was at night. And if you don't know what Skid Row in LA is basically this one street in Los Angeles where basically the poverty and the population of basically homeless people in Los Angeles is really like potent in that one street. Like the whole street is just filled with tents and stuff like that. It's really sad. And I never actually saw it in person. And I remember I was driving through that street, and I was like, whoa, like, this is so bad. Like, how can this freaking state be so rich and yet so poor at the same time? I'm like, yo, this is crazy. It actually took me aback. And then I was just, the whole time I was just driving, and I was just trying to send good energy to all those people throughout the whole, I was just open my heart to all those people, and I sent them all good energy. But I got to the end of the block, and the place that you're supposed to park at, like where his performance was, there was no parking left. So I was like, and then the closest parking was like basically down the street a little bit, and it was sketchy. So I was like, it's literally like 10 o'clock at night. I'm just little 5'2" girl. Like, I'm not gonna do this. And I had to pee really badly. So I kid you not, I go onto my phone, right? And I go to the map. I'm like, I don't know where to pee. Like, where do you pee in LA? Who knows? You gotta use your imagination. No, but I was going on the map, and I was like, yo, where can I pee? I see this one hotel that I stayed with my ex literally like 3 years ago. So I was like, F it, I'm gonna go to that hotel. So I go to this hotel, and I'm driving. I'm like, yo, like, I had to pee really bad. So I'm like, yo, like, I'm like trying to hold my pee at the same time. And then next thing you know, I go into this hotel, right? And I freaking see this TikTok like board, and I'm like, what the hell? And I see all these lights and stuff like that, and I see all these people, and I'm like, and the board says like TikTok black, da 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 da, and I'm like, and then like I roll down the window and the guy's like, hi, are you okay? I'm like, yo, sir, please, like this is the first hotel I saw. Like I just need to pee really badly. He's like, okay, just go pee. And then so I parked my car on the side and he took my keys. And then I go inside this hotel and this is literally like a TikTok black exclusive party. So basically like freaking everyone was there, like Doja Cat was there performing, and like all these like exclusive TikTokers were there. And I'm like, how did I end up at a TikTok party, like a TikTok creator party, because I had to pee? And my friend just yesterday was like, you need to make a TikTok. And I was like, the universe works in some crazy ways, man. Like that was a crazy synchronicity. And it was crazy because I saw on my friend's story, my friend actually like, you know, he's in a group or whatever, and he posted them being at a TikTok party for the creators. And I saw it, I was like, oh, that looks cool, like not thinking anything of it. And then I end up there that same night on accident. So I text that person, I'm like, yo, I'm in this bitch. You feel me? Like, so it was like a whole thing, but I was like, this is crazy. Like the universe is crazy. I have the craziest synchronicities. I have the craziest love life. My love life is literally so random, guys. Like, I don't think you guys understand. When you have your Uranus transiting your 5th house, child, I'll have these like 2-second love affairs and then they're gone. Like with that person I told you about, I was so sad because I really started to feel this person. I really loved the connection that we have, and I really appreciated that person. And then the whole situation just went left, and I'm like, dang, I gotta go. That is Uranus transiting your 5th house. These random love events that are just people want here, then they're here, they ghost you, or then you guys are just in this thing, and it's so stressful. It's so stressful. It's so stressful. I don't think you guys understand. How are we? I wonder. I saw a video yesterday. This girl, she was talking about like how are we gonna date, or how are we gonna like connect with people during the like coronavirus. Like, how is love life gonna be during the coronavirus? I just read a text message earlier today. They're shutting down the clubs, okay? Like, listen, guys, like in LA, they said they're shutting down the clubs and the bars, you know what I'm saying? Literally, there's how are we like, how do you guys think the dating realm is gonna be like? I was looking at these like vlogs yesterday, people that were like in Italy or whatever, because Italy's on a lockdown, and they were basically in the crib just doing a bunch of cute things. And I'm like, aw, like quarantine and chill for real. Like that's actually goals. And I'm just sitting here like, shit, my little 21 ass is in LA. I'm across the country away from my family. I live alone. Okay, let me not say that to internet stalkers. I have a dog, okay? But honestly, you know, I'm just like, dang, like if LA goes on lockdown or some shit, like I'm dead, like by myself. Like I'm really by myself. And I would love to have a Corona Bay. I can't believe I just said that. I can't believe I just said that. Corona Bay? A Corona Bay? Did I just say Corona Bay? Because let me not play games. Because, you know, it is a really serious thing, especially for the people that have been, you know, affected by it personally. So I'm going to stop joking about it as much. But I'm just like, dang, like I'm really about to be in the crib. Like there is no, where the love gonna come from? Unless we having that internet vibe, you know. Do I gotta download Tinder? I actually don't sleep on stuff like Tinder. I actually Um, I was on Tinder once a long time ago, and I actually found a boyfriend on Tinder. Like, I started a whole relationship from Tinder, even though it was really bad because it was when I was like mad young, and I was just a liar. Like, I lied about my age and stuff because I don't know, at the time I was just always attracted to older people. I felt, because I feel like it was just the way my brain worked. Honestly, I know a lot of people say that, but I just, I really couldn't vibe with people my age because just the way that I thought and what I wanted to communicate about and how serious I was, and just, I don't know, I guess I was kind of mature for my age, you know, and then like when you start wanting like a spiritual connection with someone, like an 18-year-old or a 17-year-old is not going to give me that. Like, the average 17-year-old boy is not going to give me what I need at the time, right? Now I'm 21, stuff is a little different, but whoa, like, I just was not having it. You found your ex on Periscope, which is basically Twitter. Yeah, you can find love anywhere nowadays. So I'm not, you know, that I'm just kind of like, dang, because like, say you find somebody on the internet, you gonna be stuck in the crib, so you can't even see them in person. I'm a really like, I like connecting with people intimately, right? So that's everything. That's sex. That's like cuddling. That's talking, looking each other in the eyes. You know, that's me. That's Venus and Leo in the 8th house for you, like. Oh, I'm a romantic, okay? I am a romantic, and when I be falling in love, y'all, I be falling in love. Like, I be in there. It's crazy. It's actually really bad. Especially when you got Venus opposing your Neptune too. Good Lord. It'd be bad. It'd be bad as hell, y'all. But hell yeah. So that's kind of difficult for me. So now I'm sitting here, gonna be on my phone scrolling Instagram like, dang. Dang. That's crazy. That's crazy. Romantics don't get the love anymore like we should. They don't. I swear this generation like be on some stuff. Even though I do say, I can definitely say that ever since I started vibrating on the level that I've been vibrating on, so I've loved myself completely and wholly and honestly. I've completely accepted my spirituality and my own spiritual path, and I'm like going for what resonates with me and my spirit when it comes to everything in my life. Ever since I did that, the people that I have been attracting towards me are people that are so for me in one way, you know, like they are people that are mature. They're people that are like, you know, I can have deep conversations with, basically. Like, I need that. Like me, I got a Gemini on my 7th house, y'all. Let me tell y'all something. If I meet a cute guy and he cannot stimulate my mind, it is so disappointing. So freaking disappointing. I'm like, why are you so cute for no reason? Like, you're literally so cute for no reason. Like, we could have been a thing. This could have been cute, but no, like, you really want to be sitting here looking like that, but can't talk about nothing at all. I just had that experience in the car. I was at the mall, and this cute 777 oh 79 but 777 I love that synchronicity number. I love that angel number. But I was in the mall, and this fine, he was so cute. I was like, dang, I got it like that. I got pulled like that. Okay. Let me tell you, this dude was like 6'5". He was like handsome. Okay, handsome in the face. I was walking, minding my business. I was just trying to get my nails done. These bright ass nails. I was trying to get my nails done. And this guy, he comes up to me, and I was caught off guard because I was on my phone. And he's like, hey. And I was like, oh. And he was like, hey, what's up? Like, that basically, he was talking to me or whatever. He was like, what's good with you? What's up? What you doing? I was like, oh, you know. He's like, what's your name? I was like, oh, yeah, you know, my name is Jalen. You call me Jay. He was like, oh, my name is... And I was like, oh, so he's confident, he's direct, you know, he probably has good conversation. I like this. And he was like, oh, so I'll text you and like, you know, we should link up. And I was like, oh yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. And so the data link up comes around. And basically this dude trying to come up to my crib. I'm like, listen, I don't be after the experience I just had with another person. I'm not, I don't trust people now that easily. Not like I'm not open to love, but I mean, I don't trust bringing people into my space anymore that easily. Even just anything, you know? But so I was like, it was like raining outside and it never rains in LA. So I was like, he was like, well, I could just pull up and we could chill in the car type shit. And I was like, okay. So first of all, this guy is a dry texter. Like he's so dry at texting. He cannot text for shit. And I'm like, okay, this is a red flag. But I don't know, because then you got to give the benefit of the doubt, because some people they can't talk like during text, but they can talk in person. No. So I go into this car and I'm chilling in this guy's car, and like when I say the conversation was about as dry as the Sahara Desert, bitch. Like the conversation was so dry. And I was trying, like I was having good convo and I was asking questions, blah, blah, blah. But he was just so like a freaking wall. And then I remember, and then he was like, oh, so what do you do? And I was like, oh, like I make videos on YouTube. He's like, what type of videos? And I was like, astrology. And he was like, oh, I don't believe in any of that shit. And I was like, you're absolutely no fun. Like, you are literally absolutely no fun. And he was like, he literally just said, I don't care about astrology at all. I don't fuck with that shit. Basically, don't talk about it. And I was like, okay, like, because here's the thing. I get it. A lot of people, especially when they don't do their research on astrology, they just think they have a sun sign and that's it. Like people could just be so judgmental and they're just not open-minded. But to not even like, even when I hear about what somebody does and like what type of content I make on my channel and stuff like that at all, it's just kind of like, you're so boring. Because literally I'm the type of person that I want to know about everything. Like I want to know about all religions, all cultures, you know, all different ways of understanding the world. You know what I'm saying? All the different ways that we can tap into God, like that energy. So spiritual energy, psychic energy, witchy energy, religious energy, all that. I love learning about every single thing. So if anyone is the type of person that's so close-minded, and I'm just like, oh, like, ugh. And then like he was just saying a bunch of stuff. He was just like, oh, so why do you wear makeup? And like, why are you wearing this? And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what do you mean? He was like, what? Everything I had on, everything I was doing, like, he just had an issue. He just had a problem. Like, he was just questioning it. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why am I wearing makeup? Because I mean, I was filming a video and I just felt like wearing fucking makeup. He was like, oh, well, I hate when girls wear makeup. What the fuck? Okay, so why are you talking to me right now? Like, I dead was wearing makeup when you saw me or whatever. And like, it's not like my makeup, like if I have like a bunch of acne under my skin or whatever the case is, or if it was like a catfish situation. So I don't even, and then I had my hair in passion twist and he was like, oh, I like when girls wear their natural hair out, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, why did you ask to talk to me then? Like, I'm sorry, sir. He was just so judgmental, but he was so cute at the same time. But then at the same time, then he wanted to make a move on me basically trying to kiss me and trying to have sex. And I was like, oh, you got my Mars in Cancer, Venus and Leo in the 8th house ass fucked up. You think I'm about to connect with you? And you haven't even stimulated my mind, and you just sat here and just said, I fuck astrology, so fuck my whole channel and fuck what I do. Okay, and then you're gonna sit here and just judge every single part of me, and you think I want to sleep with you? Man, what is that? What is that? What is that? That is disgusting. And I asked for his birthday. I was like, what's your birthday? I was like, what's your birthday? And he was like, I told you I don't want to hear about none of that astrology shit. And I was like, I just want to know, like, so then he told me his birthday. I think he was born. I have his birth chart and everything. You know me, bitch. I gotta have a birth chart. I got everybody's birth chart. Literally everybody. But what was his name again? See, I don't even know his name. I was like, never again. Never again. Absolutely not. Oh, yeah. He was born June 29th, 1993, and he's actually a Cancer. But he has a Venus in Taurus, okay? And a Mars in Virgo, right? All that shit. Mm-hmm. And he has a freaking moon in Scorpio, Mercury in Cancer, Sun in Cancer. So I'm like, why are you like this? But I feel like he has a more emotional side to him, because when we were talking, he was talking about like he was in like, you know, like a long ass relationship or whatever. And I think he was hurt in that relationship. So now he's just like this closed off, super hyper masculine person that doesn't talk about things like astrology and all that stuff. And I think he was hurt before. And then he has Venus and Taurus. You know, Venus and Taurus is some sexy energy. You know what I'm saying? But it's also an earth sign energy. So chill. You know what I'm saying? Chill. But yeah, I think he definitely has walls up. And guess what? I don't have time to help you tear down those walls, because he was like hyper masculine in a way that was just unattractive. Like I remember, like there was an easier way for us to go back home, and I was like, hey, you might want to take make a right here, it's faster. He was like, don't tell me what to do, like I'll get us there, like I don't know who you've been dealing with, but it's not me. And I'm like, what type of hyper toxic masculine shit are you on? Like I'm sitting here trying to help you out with gas, and you sitting here talking about I'm telling you what to do. I'm like, what? Like, okay, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah. If you are a Christian, I would stay away from dream catchers. They have spiritual roots that are intertwined with polytheism. Okay, well, let's talk about that real quick. Polytheism. Polytheism. That just means multiple gods. Why is that a bad thing? Like, why is that a bad thing? Like, okay. I need a Saturn, Pisces, or Aquarius. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like when it comes to Aquarius men, I've never met an Aquarius guy that I was like, yes, let's be in a relationship. Let's date each other right now. As you guys know, I'm a Leo. And, you know, the opposite of Leo is Aquarius. So that's my opposite. And it seems like every Aquarius man I meet, like we end up being excellent friends. Like, but it's strictly a friendship. Like, you know, It's not really a romantic thing. It doesn't even feel like it. Like, it's not even the type of situation where one person has like a hidden crush on the other. Like, no, it's like we're just dead friends. Every Aquarius guy I meet. Like, as soon as I talk to Aquarius man, and like, I just know. I'm like, yeah, you're an Aquarius. Like, you got some Aquarian energy in you, because we just hit it off really easily. But when it comes to like a committed relationship, I don't know, it usually doesn't get there. A Sag, I was in a relationship with a Sagittarius for a really long time. And yeah, I like Sag energy. I'm a Sag rising, so, you know. But yeah, I love Sag energy a lot. Yes, in my last video, I was wearing an Aquarius shirt. Like, What are my thoughts on subliminals? Oh, I love the concept. One of the ideas that I'm actually coming out with has something to do with subliminals. I can't wait to drop that project for you guys. But yeah, I love it. And I think that it's an excellent way to basically program your subconscious mind and to be able to manifest the things that you want. Because if you know, like, how you get certain things in your life and how you end up in the certain situations that you do end up in is based on these subconscious beliefs that you have in your mind. So if you have a message and you basically replay that same message again and again in your head, after a while, your brain starts thinking that it's true. So then if your brain thinks that it's true, it is true. The moment that you believe and know that something is true, it will appear in front of you, right? So you can use subliminals. And like, I definitely did that, especially earlier last year. I used to, always be on YouTube looking up different subliminals for different things. And, it was just high vibe energy, but definitely stay tuned with the project I'm going to drop. It's going to be really dope. But I love subliminals, honestly. But you can also use it for good and bad. Like, definitely they put subliminals in our music, certain frequencies in our music, to either bring us down, okay, keep us thinking negative things about ourselves. Subliminal messaging and like advertisements and stuff, basically making us believe that we're not good enough, so buy this product. You are not ugly. I mean, you are ugly right now, so buy our product to make you pretty. That's what a lot of these advertisements like do as well. So you can use it for good or bad, but if you use it on the positive side, it can really change your life. What are y'all talking about? What's my Instagram? My Instagram is at It's Baby J, ITSBABYJ. My second Instagram is at Jalian, But if you want to follow like the main Instagram, I just post like random, just basic stuff on my main Insta. If you want to know about like real stuff, when I talk about like the tea, like the real tea that not everybody is ready for, definitely follow me on my second Instagram. You said I love Gemini energy and personality, but dating one is a no. I could see that. I can see that because Geminis can naturally be so like indecisive and all over the place. Like, they're like, commitment, what? And if you're like, commitment, Gemini is like, shit, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you being a little too serious right now. I love Gemini personality too. Like, I haven't like dealt with a Gemini that's been like the type where so many people talk shit about, where they're like, oh, Geminis are evil, they're fake. Like, I've never dealt with a Gemini like that. All the Geminis that I talk to, they're so nice. Like, we have great conversations. Like I said, I have Gemini on my 7th house, guys. Like, I be talking. Like, when I need to be able to talk with the person or the people that are close to me. If we cannot have a conversation, I'm out. I will get so bored so fast. Like, it'll be insane. Like, so bored so quickly. And then when you start getting to a point in your spiritual journey, when you're ascending and you're growing deeper into your journey and you're really getting to that space where you're like, dang, like life is really life like this is crazy. When you get to that place where magic is happening in real life, where you're seeing spirits, where you're talking to the divine and all of it, and you go through the whole like crazy cycle, right? After that, if you try to like talk to people who aren't like a little woke, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I can't talk to people that aren't like awake. I know that sounds bad, but it's like I can't. I'm so not interested. Like, if you don't vibrate at a certain level anymore, I can't talk to you. Like, I can't have a conversation with you. Like, I'm not interested, like, at all. I get so bored. So many people want to talk about all these basic things, gossip, drama. And I can talk about that for a little bit, like, you know, whatever. But after a while, I just get bored. You know, I just get bored and I'm just like, this is so annoying. This is so boring. Like, I want to talk about energy and shit. I want to talk about astrology. I want to talk about your life. I want to talk about what you think about the universe and like what happens when you die. Like all those classic questions. I want to talk about those things. All that shallow stuff is just not, it's just not me. And I can try my hardest, but I'm like not satisfied. I do not be satisfied with the surface stuff at all. And I feel like once you get to that point in your spiritual journey, like I know a lot of people that like, you know, are in that same type of time, you know. And I saw somebody earlier, they were talking about like, how do you know your third eye is opening? Like, you know, it's a hard question to answer, but you know, for a fact, if before you open your third eye, you got to really be ready because your life will change. A lot of people, if you don't have the right friends around you, a lot of those friends are going to like somehow be X'd out of your life. Like, a lot of stuff is going to change when you open your third eye, because your third eye is your ability that is basically it's the chakra that allows you to perceive, to see the truth. And once you can see, you cannot unsee, right? You cannot unsee, you cannot unfeel. It just is. Once you start learning astrology and stuff and seeing everything, you can't unsee it. You can't unlearn it. It's just there. You start seeing it everywhere. You start seeing synchronicities everywhere. They were always there, but you weren't aware enough to perceive it. But now you start seeing, and it's everywhere around you. You can't undo it. You can't unchange your life. Once you go on that spiritual path, it's a cycle that you just got to go through. So how you know your third eye is open, and there's a lot of different ways you understand that your third eye is open. And like for me, literally, I remember just asking a lot more questions and stuff like that. And, you know, I've always been a really spiritual child, you know, like I grew up and, you know, I was the type of like hypersensitive individual where when I was a kid, I remember seeing things. I would see visions. I would see like literal people in my room, especially when I went to sleep. And even when I was awake, like I would see the shadows would move and stuff like that. And I would always see shit when I was a kid. And I was just really open spiritually ever since I was a child. But I even remember seeing synchronicities when I was a child, before synchronicities were even like a thing. Man, I used to think it was so interesting. Like I would hear people say specific things, and then I would hear it like 10 times within the next minute. Like somebody would say it on the TV, or my mom would start talking about it, or I would see it in a book that I opened. Like it would be like boom, boom, boom. This is happening ever since I was a kid. You know, and it was really weird. And like I said, I went through that whole thing where I was super depersonalized, didn't know what it was. Remember, I was in a laser tag place. And then next thing you know, I felt like I did not belong in my body. And I was like, whoa, I looked around me and I literally did not know what's going on, because I was like, whoa, what is this body? What is this body? I'm not connected to it. Like it was weird. And then everything around me just felt fake. It felt like I was having a constant out of body experience. I was a weird kid, but it fucked me up for a while. You know, it fucked me up for a while because everybody around me was so normal, and I just wasn't there. So it was hard for me to make friends. It was hard for me to find my people, my soul tribe, my everybody, because I just felt like I couldn't relate to anyone. And for a while, I tried my best to like try to fit in and try to relate to people. And then after a while, it just didn't work. It all fell apart on its ass. Right? And that's about the time when all my gifts, every single one of my spiritual gifts started opening up again. Like I said, I've been that way since I was a kid, but for a while I suppressed it. And then I got to a point my freshman year in college, whoa, it was not doing it no more. It was not having it. I was so drawn to this specific crystal. It was called Motivite. Crazy crystal, not meant for everybody though. I had Motivite and I was obsessed with it. You know, my Pluto in the first, like, gah, you know what I'm saying? I was obsessed with it. I was thinking about it all the time. I was like, I'm going to try it out. You see, this crystal is known for basically being an intergalactic type of crystal. You know, about millions and millions of years ago, it crashed into the Czech Republic, and the impact that it made with the sand, you know, basically created this tektite, Motivite. And I was obsessed with it. People used to say that when you would touch it, you would feel its energy instantly. You would have this flash of heat all over your body. You know, you would have these crazy like astral projection like dreams. And I was like, oh my God, this is so interesting. But I'm also so scared at the same time. But I'm so intrigued. So then one time I bought it, and it was at the same time. It was at the same time that I basically was like freshman year, like I said, and I was about to move into my dorm, and I was staying at a hotel with my family because, you know, like I said, I'm from Maryland. But so I was moving and they were there. So we were staying at this hotel a couple days before I had to move in to my dorm on campus in Los Angeles. And it was crazy. That same night, I had a dream, and there was like a bunch of crystals in my dream, and I saw Motivite in the dream, and I was like, oh. And then I woke up and I walked outside into the patio. I see this FedEx truck in the distance, like at least not 3 miles. I don't know. I just saw this FedEx truck in the distance, and I just knew instantly, that's my crystal. Well, little you know, 5 minutes later, I get a little phone call, and the person's like, hey, you have a package. And I was like, I know. Thank you. Send it up. So then I'm like nervous. I'm like, oh my God, like what's going to happen? Like what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the guy comes and brings basically up my crystal. And he's like, here's a crystal. Well, they didn't know what it was. They were like, here's your package. So I was like, okay. And I was like nervous because I'm like, oh my God, like Motivite, like all my research, Motivite was just this crazy ass crystal, bro. It's like crazy. It's trippy. So I was like, shit. And I remember I got one before, but I think I got a fake piece. So then I was like, okay, this is the real deal. I got the real deal shit. So I open up the crystal, and I look at this little tiny Motivite in the palm of my hand, and I feel nothing. And I'm like, oh my God, I just wasted my money. This is fake again. I knew this was all fake. And I start talking shit. And then next thing you know, I feel this intense heat in the palm of my hand. And I'm like, oh, like I was like, oh. And then so I see this thing, like there's this heat in the palm of my hand. I'm like, oh my God. And then it just spreads. It moves all up in my body, and this arm, all in my body, and it fills my entire body. And I just have this like out of body experience. Like energy was all over. I've never felt anything like that in my life, right, at the time. So like energy is just, and I was literally having like a heart orgasm. Like literally, I had like a whole heart orgasm. I had to put it down. I was like, oh my God, what the hell? Because like, mind you, like this was the first time I was really diving back into that realm consciously, the spiritual realm constantly. Like I said, I've always been connected to the spiritual realm, always been connected to this stuff. But I grew up so afraid because of just, you know, the religion I grew up under. So I'm sitting here, I had this experience with Motivite, and I'm like, whoa, first of all, rocks have energy. You can touch stuff that makes you do that. Like what else is in the world? And that is when my spiritual awakening started. That's when a lot of stuff started. That's when my whole life went to shit. And I was tested in ways I can't even explain. And that's also when every single one of my spiritual gifts opened up. And mind you, I had so much fear. I was so scared. I was so fearful. So that's so bad. It is so bad to be afraid. when your gifts are opening up, because you are just, like I said, you are making yourself a match to negative frequencies. When you're vibrating low, you attract low beings to you. So when I say every single one of my spiritual gifts opened, everyone, I experienced all the clairs, every single one. You know, clairvoyance, obviously, naturally very clairvoyant. I could look around right now and I could see all the little, I could see, I don't even know how you describe it. Like everything has an aura, and I can also see all the little tiny specks and little particles that make up everything if I really stare hard enough. Look at the sun, I can see the aura changing. I'm really clairvoyant. I see visions all the time. Also dreams. You know, I was clairsentient. I would go into buildings and I would feel everything, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to be in this building. You know, I was clairaudient. Always, I would hear random things in my ear. Sometimes it sounds all psycho. It sounds like schizophrenic, but I would hear like voices in my ear tell me things. And no, they didn't say kill yourself or anything. They were just like, hey, man, it's okay. Like they were actually really nice. And I promise you, I'm not crazy. Oh my God. But I even had like, even the crazy ones, like be able to taste, like I would taste random foods in my mouth that I hadn't eaten before. I started to literally physically see beings, and I would also see like orbs easily, and just like I knew when people were in my room. I knew when presence and spirits were in my room and stuff like that. And yeah, pretty much all the clairs I've experienced one way or another in my life, especially at that time. But like I said, it was crazy. Like all my stuff was opening up all at once, and I was so scared. And it was so bad because I was so scared. I was just a match to so many low level frequencies. Like I'm talking sleep paralysis every night. Every time I actually was so afraid to go to sleep, because whenever I went to sleep, it felt like I was about to leave my body, which is basically astral projection. Like I would go to sleep and my body would start vibrating and like spinning feeling, and then I just felt like I was about to leave my body, and it freaked the fuck out of me. So I was like, oh, let me wake up. So I never really wanted to go to sleep. And then I have sleep paralysis all the time. It was just bad. It was just really bad. But yeah, well, that's how you know your third eye is opening. And I knew my third eye was open, and once again, not everybody's gonna have that type of experience when they start working with the chakras and stuff. Like, you know, you definitely won't if you don't have any fear. If you release all of your fear towards the spirit world and unlearn all the stuff that we've been taught all these years to fear everything, to think everything is evil, if you unlearn all of that and you start working with your chakras and stuff, like you're gonna be fine, you know? But if you subconsciously are really afraid of this stuff and you have all that, like that's how spirits fuck with you. But if you aren't, you good. And then you can actually start, you know, getting into with your spirit guides and getting into with your ancestors and the people that are here to help you. And you start getting that divine knowledge, and you start being guided towards the right places. You start being able to be naturally abundant, you know, affluence, wealth, health, the right relationships, you know, the right stuff just flows into your life once you're in alignment. Now, you see, I was living a life that I was not in alignment with anything. My relationship was trash, okay? My anxiety was trash. Like I said, I was scared of everything, and I was sick. Oh man, I couldn't tell you how many times I spent in a hospital night not knowing what's going on. Like, it was just a bad thing. But my third eye, I knew my third eye was opening up because a lot of the times I felt like this tingling feeling right here. I would feel this tingling feeling right here, and I swear sometimes I would get pimples right there too. And then it was bad because, you know, at one point, I was just looking at somebody's comments. Sometimes when I'm half asleep, I hear loud whispers. Those are spirits. Because when you're in between the different levels of sleep, basically you're in between, like your body's somewhere else, your spirit's somewhere else where you're sleeping when you're sleeping, right? Your spirit is somewhere else when you're sleeping. So sometimes you hear those things because those are literally spirits talking. Like you're literally hearing spirits talking and stuff like that. And if you don't want that, you could tell them to leave and tell them to go. But you have to know that you have that type of power, and you can command. You need to have a confidence, a spiritual confidence. Because if you try to get into the spiritual realm and you're lacking like spiritual confidence, of course entities aren't gonna fuck with you. But you got to know your power. Like, no, get the fuck out of here. Like, you don't want certain entities around you, tell them. Like, you got to have a certain confidence to you in this realm, or, but. And if you want to know what is speaking to you, ask. like literally ask the question, who are you? What do you want? The spiritual world is just like here. There's a bunch of people, a bunch of entities, and they all have different intentions. Some are good, some are bad, some are in between. You gotta ask questions, have a conversations, communicate, ask them what they want, what's going on, what you want from me. Then you could even start working with certain spirits. And there's a good book for that, the Encyclopedia of Spirits, a great book. If you ever were interested in that, great book. Also work with your ancestors, guys, your ancestors. Even if you know somebody that passed away and they were good people, try to communicate with them. At least say their name, talk to them, because the more that you basically interact with your ancestors, you're giving them life in that realm. We're so disconnected from our ancestors, our roots, and that it's leaving that energy dry. Their energy is draining. So say your ancestor's name. You had a mom that passed away, say her name sometimes. Talk to her, communicate with her. She feels it. They feel it. Okay? And like when you are communicating with them, it basically makes it easier for them to send you messages and stuff to help you out. But you got to have a spiritual confidence. Like, I'm not scared of shit no more. And let me tell you, as soon as I started not being scared, all those, okay, I like to say it like this. How come in every single like hero movie, you have the guy, right? And he's like, the guy or the girl, they're like fighting, and then, they're winning and losing, and then they're winning, and then they have to face that big, bad, scary, evil monster at the end. And once they face them and they do it, they win and they get the treasure. That's exactly what the spiritual realm is, especially when we start, I don't know if all y'all ready for this conversation, but especially when we start talking about, are y'all ready for this conversation? Especially when we start talking about like demons and stuff like that. Demons are scary, right? Demons are evil, but you got to face them to be able to get access to the treasure. So if you get to a point when you don't have any fear and you are ready to face those demons, you get the treasure. If you're scared of the demons, they defeat you. You lose. You don't get the treasure. But if you face your demons, they respect you. And that's also a metaphor. And when you face we all got demons. We all got inner demons. Everything in existence is a part of us. The good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. Everything. So from a personal perspective, if you face the darkest parts of yourself, your inner demons, your inner traumas, the bad sides of you have acceptance, and you give love to those places of you, you give respect, they'll fight for you. Because here's where a lot of people get messed up when it comes to, spirits. People think, we need to work with only angels, and we need to work with only the loving angels, the love and light, right? But here's the thing, yin, yang, light, dark, good, bad, masculine, feminine. There's two sides to the coin. You got to work with both sides or you're not going to be whole. If you're all like light being, love and light, that's it, positivity only, then when something starts messing with you and somebody starts fucking with you, somebody starts trying to bully you, you're not going to know how to stand up for yourself. You're going to be the type of person that's going to be like, okay, I'll let you beat me all day long. I'll let you abuse me because I give love to the universe. I give love to everything. And so if you want to attack me, I will not stand up for myself. Okay. But then somebody in tune with their love, right? And okay, I don't even want to say that, but somebody's in tune with their light and their dark energy, both of them. Okay. That's when, okay, I'm a loving human being and I want to help everyone and I want to give love to the world and the universe. I want to spread positivity. But if you fuck with me, I'll fuck with you. But if you fuck with me, I'll defend myself. If you send negative energy my way, you're not coming in my space because I respect myself at the same time. You need both. Because you can't keep giving and giving to people and giving all your energy to people that do not deserve it. Because you're going to end up depleting yourself and you're going to have nothing left to give. So if you came here to do great things for the world and give all this positive energy to the world, but you let people walk all over you, deplete you, steal your energy, and let them be negative people towards you, you're not doing your job. Because then you're going to end up fucked up and you're not going to be able to spread love anymore because you have nothing left to give. It has to be balanced. So like I said, those demons that you're so afraid of, okay, let's talk about it. Demons, man, look up the root word of demon. Demon means God. Demon literally means God in the dictionary. But y'all not ready for that conversation, right? Some of y'all are not ready for that conversation because, oh my God, baby Jay's a Satan worshiper. Da, da, da. Listen. That's when you gotta start doing that research, okay? Doing that shadow work, okay? You know what I'm saying? You guys gotta start asking those questions. You gotta start asking those questions, right? Why do we think certain ways? You know, there's so much to go. That should be a whole different live, okay? But definitely, like, even for my Black people out there, the word Black was associated with like being bad. Black magic is bad. White magic is good. Now y'all see that, right? Like, y'all heard that, right? White magic is good. Black magic is evil. Okay. Just like at one point, white folks was superior and Black people were. You gotta start asking certain questions. You gotta start asking certain questions. Why do we have certain associations with light energy and dark energy? Why do we think like that subconsciously? You know what I mean? Ask them questions. Where is it coming from? You know what I'm saying? You got to start thinking about the language that we're using to talk about these certain things. It's powerful. And trust me, it's so calculated. They know what they're doing when they give us these words in these languages, right? You gotta really start asking those right questions. Just because when you ask those questions, you're opening yourself up to receiving answers that you needed to hear, you need to receive. And let me tell you something. Let me just give you a little piece. When you start understanding not only your higher self, but also your lower self, and you bring that together, you integrate here, you meet at the center where the heart is. Ooh, you're powerful. You're balanced, you know? And all those demons that you feared, all those negative entities that you feared, they don't fuck with you no more. They don't harass you anymore. You're not sitting here in your room feeling like a spirit is here and you're like scared. It goes out the window because first of all, those frequencies can't even vibrate at your level. And then second of all, the ones that you were so scared of, they start freaking fighting for you. They start defending you. Like I said, why do you have to fight the biggest ugly monster before you get the treasure? Because let's say that, let's say they're the gatekeepers. They are literally, those demons and stuff like that, those entities are literally protecting the truth. And they have to look scary and ugly so that not everyone can just grab the truth and grab the resources and grab the wealth. So you have to be willing to face your inner demons. And then you'll realize that there's really nothing to fear. Whole. The heart is here for a reason. Higher self, lower self. It meets in the middle. You gotta have both. The heart is here for a reason. Higher self, lower self. It meets in the middle. You gotta have both. Everything was created out of darkness. Everything. And then you have to start asking yourself, you know, your left hand, right? Oh, I can't wait to drop my class on the left hand. The left hand. This is, in spirituality, this is basically your yin energy, the feminine principle, your feminine energy, right? And this right hand is your yang energy, your masculine, the masculine principle. So everyone was taught to not use this hand, not use this hand, to not write with this hand, don't do anything with this hand. And the people that are left-handed, not good. You got to start using this right. And there's certain people that were left-handed, even in my family, and like my grandma was like, no, like you gotta, like, no, like literally if you use your left hand, you get hit. So interesting that the left hand is your feminine energy, right? And the right hand is your masculine. And what is, everybody has masculine and feminine energies that's in everyone, right? So we get taught that the left is not good and we should never use this hand. Literally, if you try to use this hand, a lot of us that are naturally right-handed, we're like, we don't even know. Like, try to brush your teeth with your left hand and you're going to see how much you don't use your left hand. You're like, whoa. So the left hand is, you know, it's our receptive energy. It's our psychic energy, because that feminine energy is our intuition. It is our creativity. It is the emotional side of ourselves, right? So if we never really use that side, we get taught to disrespect and not value those things within us, right? Because what is basically in the world, like I was saying in my last video, we get taught that logic is the only good thing. We have you have, like, you know, the patriarchy, you know, we have, you know, masculine, this is the right way. Being intelligent is doing math. Like, I don't know, all these great things. But the feminine energy, that intuitive energy, psychic stuff, that's for the devil. Don't ever do psychic stuff in your life. Creative energy, that's not going to get you anywhere in life. Creativity, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. Don't focus on those. Your emotions make you weak. We get taught those things. So therefore, a lot of us have a hard time working with the feminine side of ourselves, even when it comes to our literal hand. And if you don't know, you have chakras in your hands too. And then this energy, this right hand, is all about going after things and working working so freaking hard. That's why you see the majority of people in this country and in the world, woo! It's like if you do not struggle, you're not deserving of anything, right? If you don't struggle, if you're not, like, you know, losing in life, if you don't feel like you're about to pass out, you don't deserve anything. That's what we get taught. But this hand is all about receiving. This hand is all about receiving, because that's just your birthright. Right. So when these are out of alignment, when both sides of you are not in alignment, you have where society is today. There is an imbalance with the masculine and feminine energies. You know, you can see it all throughout society, just in the way that we act in general, collectively. It's the reason why, you know, we're going through so much turmoil right now in society, because Mother Earth is fed up. Like, Mother Earth is freaking fed up with the shit. She's like, y'all are disrespecting my planet. This is your home, but you're treating me like shit. Okay? You guys are like a bunch of freaking bad bacteria just trying to spread everywhere like a virus. Ooh. And I'm gonna listen, y'all need to get out. Why do you think we see the increase in natural disasters and all that type of stuff? You know, Mother Earth is mad. That feminine principle is mad. It's angry. It's tired. Because it's been so disrespected throughout centuries. So she's awakening. But like I said, the key principle, the left energy is associated with darkness. Darkness generally in society is associated with evil. That's not for no reason. Feminine energy has been trashed. It has been, labeled as evil. It's been labeled as not as good as the masculine for so long. She's not having it no more. Like I said, feminine energy is chaotic. It does what it wants. Masculine energy is, we're in control. You need both to have a society that's operating correctly. You need both energies within you to operate correctly. Because you can have too much left, and then you don't even know what's going on. You out here, you can't think straight because your emotions are getting the best of you and you don't know how to make the right decisions. You can have too much right, and then you lack creativity, you lack imagination. You don't see the possibilities in life in general. You think life is just boring as fuck, and that since it's boring as fuck, I have no purpose. I have no higher purpose. I have no connection with the divine. So yeah, I don't have purpose. I'm just working the same job every single day. I'm just trying to get the money. Same shit every single day. This is life. This is reality. You need both. You'd be surprised, Lane. I've talked about this to so many people in my waking life, and they get shook. They cannot handle this principle at all. Like, at all. Like, that dark. When I start talking about darkness, people are like, oh, you worship the devil. And I'm like, oh my God, no. First of all, I don't worship anything. I don't worship anything. And I don't even say that like I'm an atheist. I believe in God. I'm connected to God. I am one with God. I am a goddess. Period. So it's like, I personally believe that you're not supposed to really worship anything. You're supposed to respect these different spirits. You're supposed to respect Jesus. You can work with the spirit of Jesus, okay? I'm pretty sure a lot of people working with Jesus. You can also work with Buddha. You can work with all these different spirits because they're very real. But the religion, it's not my thing. Yeah, like I said, labels don't exist with God. God is all encompassing. God is all encompassing. Everything. The good, the bad, everything. You can't label God. God just is. We are all God. When that Bible verse said we were made in God's image, they weren't lying. We are a product of creation because we are creators. Same thing, you know? Thank you for helping me through the dark night of the soul. Your advice got me through it all. Aw, I'm glad I could help you. You have no foundation, hon. Jesus isn't one you respect. He's the one you serve. You don't just respect deity. Well, that's your personal opinion. Like, that is your belief system, sir. Like, we don't all have the same beliefs. Wake up. Like, you are not the only human being on earth. We don't all think the same. We don't all view things the same. We don't all view God the same. Like, how do you not know this? That is your belief. Not everyone shares your belief. Not everyone shares your belief. We all have different experiences. Like, woo! Listen. Okay. Oh, it's getting dark. Hold on a second. Let me. Things are all late. Oh, yes. Yeah. And also, like, a lot of, for my like experience personally with like Christianity, I've noticed, like, especially growing up in a Black church, you know, I've been to church where, you know, I'm looking around and I'm experiencing it, and I felt the presence of God, you know, like, I don't know about y'all, but in my church growing up, like, people would like be getting in the spirit. Like, they would just be falling into the spirit, like singing, dancing. God was there. People are falling out, like getting like what do you call it? Catching the Holy Ghost, catching the Holy Spirit, right? Holy Spirit. That's what that is. Period. That's what that is. It's a spirit. It has nothing to do with the religion. I think that people have an excellent connection with God. But it's not the religion itself. Ooh, look at that bird landing right on my window. Hey. Must be a spirit guide. But oh, look, it's just watching me. But yeah, like, you know, that spirit is present. But I don't think it has nothing to do with the religion itself. I think that's people personally connecting with God. Like, you know, hold on. I'm back. Lane justice. Why? Okay, lane justice. If you know I am a person that's open to like viewing God in a way that's different than you, why you won't I appreciate your perspective. I really do. Because I love it. I love all perspectives, but like you're not gonna get that here from me. You're not gonna get that here from me. So if you can understand that, I appreciate that. I appreciate your perspective, but it's just not coming. You're not gonna get that here from me. You know, I'm past that point. Religion is really limiting. In my perspective, religion is very, very limiting. it's like once you get to a certain point, you just realize so much. Like, there's so much. Oh, thank you, Luke. Oh, thank you. I love you too. That made my day. Yeah, like, why are you pushing your beliefs onto others? Not everybody's gonna think like you. Like, you guys could sit here and you could completely disagree with me. I'm so solid within my beliefs, but I'm also open to hearing different perspectives. So many people are like, this is my belief. This is it. This is how I was taught. That's it. That going through life like that is so boring. Like, so boring. You're never going to be able to experience anything different. And you never gave yourself the opportunity to find your truth, your own truth, and to really question things and to analyze things, to study things for yourself, and to go down into what resonates with you at the core. You never get there when you're so close-minded. You got to open it up. You got to open it up. And I remember having a conversation with my uncle, and he was so, because he was like, oh yeah, you know, this astrology is like, you know, these people are worshiping the stars. And I'm like, worshiping the stars? Is that what people think astrologers do? Like, I sit here, oh, mighty Venus, I love you, Venus. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, Scorpios. Oh, I worship you, Scorpio. Sagittarius. I pray to you every... No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You don't worship astrology. You don't worship nothing. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you worship something? Why would you worship? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't even make sense in my brain. Astrology is just a way to understand and interpret life around you. It's another way to interpret life. It's another way to understand people and their psychology and their energy. It's another way to find and figure out, why did we get born into this life, bitch? Into this earth, bitch? Why are we here? It's another way to perceive it and to understand your purpose, to understand who you are as an individual, and why your life was like this, and your life and the people involved in it, the people that you attracted. It's another way to understand it. You don't worship astrology. It's like understanding a language. When you start understanding astrology, you can perceive so many different things. And let me let you know something. A lot of the elite, so your celebrities, your politicians, your people in power, the people in power that we don't even know are in power, they know about astrology now. They know something about astrology. They know something about energy, occultism, all these beautiful things, because you can use astrology to even see the natural patterns and cycles of life. So if you understand the cycles and patterns of life and you can predict, you can make money that way. Because you're like, oh, Saturn's going into Aquarius. So, okay, Saturn is society. So let's see. Aquarian, what is Aquarius? Aquarius is innovative. It's unique. It's weird. It's all about the groups. It's all about the people. We're for the people. Okay, so if I'm a celebrity and if I start, posting random pictures, me looking more authentic, if I start, spreading messages about empowerment and shit around certain times at certain transits, I'll probably be more likely to get a lot more traction. And you can even do that with your businesses. And that's what a lot of these people do. They know exactly, why do people drop albums at certain times? Why do they drop songs at certain times? They know this stuff, guys. They know. It's purposeful. Their label the fuck knows when to drop a fucking album because they know when it's going to get them, when it's most likely to get sales. A lot of the times they study energy, they study you. All this, why do you think certain songs you can't get it out of your head? Frequencies being implanted into your music. Why do you feel drawn to a specific artist? Oh, can we not talk about how Beyonce, she has Pluto in her first house. She has a 12th house stellium, I believe. 12th house. What is the 12th house? It's spirituality. So Beyonce, I wouldn't be surprised if she's a witch. Nothing wrong with that either. Because look at her. Look at the way she is. People are so drawn to her. People are so attracted to her. She was able to cultivate this huge fan base of people that are absolutely obsessed with her, bewitched by her, put people in a trance. That is how you are able to work with energy, working with astrology. And even a lot of times, yeah, and Beyonce is very discreet. The 12th house is also hidden. It's hidden things that are hidden. But she's hidden, but at the same time, she's able to literally be probably one of the most, either the most or one of the most popular artists of our time. How? Yeah, it's a thing. Exactly. She could still put people in a trance. I read birth charts. DM me if you want your birth chart read to get information on that. What your brain is like when you're not educated. And like I said, let's not be afraid of the occult and astrology. I mean, why are we... Think about it, guys. I mean, think about it. It literally says, okay, let's think about United States. The United States is a really Christian country. Even in our Bible, what does it say? Don't get into astrology. Don't work with spirit, don't talk to psychics, all that good stuff, right? Why? We got to start thinking about other reasons other than it's evil. Because if let's see, all these people in power, if they're able to utilize astrology and energy and occultism to their benefit to stay in power, wouldn't it be convenient to convince an entire culture and society of people that all of those things are evil, so never touch it? It would be convenient. It would be so convenient. Like, it would be so convenient to convince everybody that anything to do with the occult is bad. I'm trying to think of the other word that I'm looking for. I can't think of it. What is that word? Dang, that's gonna bother me. Hold on. I gotta know this word. It's like literally in the back of my head. Don't you hate when that happens? Yes. Yeah. I'm looking at this thing I saw earlier. the word I'm looking for though? Either way, you know, dang, that's gonna mess with. I hate when that happens. Just the occult has everything to do with internalized power, hidden power. Okay? But what religion basically does a lot of the times, it externalizes power in a sense that we, in a lot of religions, we don't view God as here. We don't view God as God is here. I am God. I'm a part of God. We view God as this higher being that is nowhere near us, that we really don't have access to that often. When you start dealing with the occult is basically all about diving within, going within yourself, and understanding that God is not external, it's internal. How you find God is diving deep within you. So if we have a whole group of people who are only used to connecting to God out here in the distance and somewhere that we can't reach, we really are never tapped into our divine power. And like I said, going internal is your feminine energy, receptive energy. It's going inward. Masculine is about going out. I mean, think about it. Why do males and people identify, why do they have peewees, penises? Okay. It protrudes outward. Masculine energy going outward. Female energy, feminine energy. Females, they got to hold because you got to go in. But we view God from this masculine perspective of outward instead of realizing that God is also within. Like I said, you got to go inward, and that's basically what the occult is. It's going inward. You don't got to be afraid of that. Now, magic itself is not good or bad. Magic all depends on the practitioner. What is your intention? You could take a knife and you could eat some food, or you can stab someone. That is magic. You can use this, it's a tool. Just like when people say money is evil, money is not evil. Money is not evil at all. What do you do with your money? You can do good things with money. You could do bad things with money. You could buy good things. You could buy bad things. It all depends on your intention. So to say you have to fear a whole belief and practice, astrology, witchcraft, all these things, it shows ignorance, a lack of true understanding of what it is in the first place. Lastly, question, what were we practicing and doing before Christianity was even introduced into our brain? Before Christianity existed, what were we doing? What were humans doing? Magic. Spirituality. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Luke. Oh, yeah, and misogyny literally embedded in that shit. Facts. But yes, thank you, Luke. What made you want to get into this? When did I? I didn't. I feel like this was just my life purpose. Honestly, I didn't. it wasn't something I just decided to get into. It's just something to a point where I was growing and I was living my life. And I just always had so many questions. I was that person in church, like that little kid in church where they're saying all these things. And I'm like, but how do you know? Like, I'm asking, I was always just that type of person. When it came to magic and spirituality and astrology, like those were just always things that I was interested in. And I was always fascinated by those things, completely intrigued. It's like that type of intrigue where I can just watch videos about it all day long. I could read a book about it all day long. I could talk about it all day long, you know? And it's me. It's what I resonate with. It's what I love. It's aligned with who I am. So that's why, you know? And like I said, I've always been a super spiritual kid. I've always been a weird kid. I always been an alien, like literal alien. I literally looked into the mirror the other day and I saw myself in my alien form and it freaked me out, but I also accepted it because I'm like, this is just who I am. I'm a starseed. So I've been this way my whole life, my entire lives, my whole existence. This is just me. This is just who I am, you know? Oh yeah, that's another thing. A lot of when Maddox has said, I see this right above. Like misogyny is literally so wrapped into Christianity, bruh. Like for real, man. That's another thing. Once again, disrespecting the feminine energy. If you guys, what is this documentary on Netflix? You guys got to look at this documentary on Netflix. Let me find it. It's really interesting. It's about basically how there's this organization that all the elite people, so all the politicians and the people that run this world are a part of. It's a Christian organization. However, the things that they do in that organization are not of God from Christians' perspective. So you have to think, okay, so all these people are in power. They're all a part of this hidden organization and stuff, basically running things behind the scenes. But the stuff that they let slide is very questionable and it's shady and in some ways disgusting. So then you have the question once again, oh, so this is a Christian country. You gotta think about certain things, guys. Like, but I gotta find that documentary. Let me see. Ooh, okay. Hold on. Let's see if one of you guys had posted it or whatever. But I'm loading on my Netflix now. Oh, on my block season 3. Okay. But okay, where is it? Where is it at? I got some anime. Ooh, another. If you guys watch anime, have you guys seen Death Note? Oh my god, that's such a cool freaking show. Huh, interesting. I definitely watched this whole freaking documentary and it's nowhere to be found on my watch again. Oh, that's crazy. I love it. I love it. The Family. That's what it's called. The Family on Netflix. See, that just popped up in my head. Spirit was like, "Here you go." Yes, The Family on Netflix. Watch that documentary and have an open mind and ask yourself, ooh, that's not so good. That's not so good. And once again, this is a Christian organization that every president basically is initiated into when they become president. And a lot of people in power, a lot of your politicians, and not just in this country, but all over the world, are part of this Christian organization for a while that basically ruled over a lot of stuff, made a lot of hidden decisions on behalf of the whole world, and also let so many negative things slide. So okay, like let's start asking those questions, guys. You know, How do you improve your psychic abilities? My favorite thing, well, it kind of depends on what your ability is. First of all, define your ability. I made a video about it too, how to become psychic. But you have to kind of define and kind of figure out what is your ability. So, for example, if I'm clairvoyant, you know, that's clear seeing, you're able to see, right? If I'm clairvoyant, then I have to practice seeing. Sorry, I have to practice seeing. I have to practice seeing as often as I can, right? So putting myself in those positions where I'm practicing that ability as often as I can. So for clairvoyance, okay, if you see visions naturally, start asking again and again and again. You know, if you want to know about something or someone, close your eyes and say, Spirit, send me a vision. Okay. If you are like a dreamer and you clairvoyant in that way, then start basically writing down your dreams. Every time you have a dream, start learning about astral projection, start learning about lucid dreaming. Oh my God, that's great. You know, start learning about lucid dreaming because you're a dream worker type. If you are clairvoyant in the way that's like, you know, you're a visual person because you like to see, right? So then you start basically working with tarot. Always got these on deck. You start pulling. I love doing like a daily pull every day. So every single day I'll say, what is the energy of the day? Look at that. My friends, all my friends, all of you guys. Okay. We're talking, we're having fun. You know what I'm saying? That's the energy of the day. And if I say, okay, what should I be grateful for today? Okay. I got Page of Cups. Okay, that's some romantic, emotional ass energy. And if I say, what should I embody? Let's say, who should I embody today to bring me closer to success? What energy should I embody today to bring me closer to success? The Hangman. I take this as going with the flow. Okay, so if you start doing like a daily tarot card pull and stuff like that, then that can also help you strengthen your intuitive abilities, because a lot of people say, oh, how do you know what card to pull? Yes. A lot of people say, how do you know what cards to pull? And like, I just let them pop out. And sometimes the cards just pop out for itself. Like I've also had experiences when I've read for people and literally like I'll skip past a card and then my hand almost feels like no and grabs the card out. And not in like a demonic or just bad, negative way. Because I don't even like saying that. But you know, but I'll just be like, oh no, they wanted you to have this. They wanted that card to pull out, you know? So then you got that. For my claircognizant people, the people that just know stuff, you just know, you're just like, oh yeah, I shouldn't go down that road. Nope. And then you hear like later in the day, yeah, somebody got like kidnapped down that street. Like those are claircognizant people. They just know. They have no reason to know. They just know. I'm very claircognizant myself. But with that, how I practice with that, I ask myself questions all the time. Like it's almost psychotic. I'm always asking myself questions. Like I'm like, should I eat this or that? First thing that comes to my head, that's what I go for. Is that light going to be green or red? By the time I get there, is that light going to be green or red? Oh, green? It's still green when I get there. Oh, can I trust this person? Can I not trust this person? Okay, cool. You know, like literally everything. When I'm reading for someone, I love to find dates. I love important dates in my head. I love important dates. So I ask, okay, what is an important date for this person? March 25th, 2020. I ask what's going to happen. First thing pops in my head. Claircognizance, but the way you get claircognizant is like a lot of people, they'll second guess what they hear and what they feel. They'll be like, oh no, it's nothing. But the more that you kind of lean into it and listen, that's when your claircognizant abilities get crazy, like legit, y'all. Like I find dates for so many different people, And I love it because I'm like, it's almost like, I don't know, because when I get a date and then that date comes around and then that person has that experience, I'm like, yes, ooh, 111 likes, 111 likes, 111 likes. Ooh, my computer's about to die too. Should I get my charger, guys? But yeah, but basically there's different ways to do it. Check out the video I posted. I think I did a pretty good job. I'm probably going to make a part 2 or something like that. Like, oh, here's an example of one of my friends. Yeah, basically, one of my friends was like, I told her that on a specific day that it was gonna be crazy, like something really good was gonna happen. And she came back and was like, yo, it was crazy, like it was a great day, and like da da da. I was like, told you. And she was going through like depression at the time. And then another one of my friends, I was saying, no, you're gonna meet a soulmate at this time. At least I heard the month first, and then I heard the date. And then they were like, okay. And then little did you know, they are together in a relationship with their soulmate. But those type of things happen for me all the time. You know, I'm an astrologer, obviously, first, but I love tarot and I love stuff. And like I said, my abilities all my abilities have opened up. And it's almost like a matter of me. Of course, I have dominant ones. Like I'm really dominantly like clairvoyant, very easily, naturally clairvoyant, naturally claircognizant, and even clairaudient. I hear stuff in my ears all the time. I hear stuff in my head all the time. I'm also claircognizant in that way and clairvoyant, you know. But you got to find which abilities kind of vibe with you the hardest. And then once you kind of know, research and like start working with them and start practicing and using them more. Because we all have these different gifts and abilities. It's just a matter of practicing, you know? I think, of course, there's going to be positive periods in 2020. It's not going to be all gloom and doom. There's always going to be moments of happiness and peace. But I feel like I don't know exactly how long, because I know that Saturn and Pluto, they're basically transforming our society. So through that death and rebirth process, I don't know exactly as of this moment. I'll probably know later, like how long that death process is going to last. Is it just like a year thing and after this year we're straight? Or is it going to be the type of thing that's going to be like a decade thing where every single year it's kind of like a different piece of the puzzle? And then by the next year, then that's when we kind of get to where we need to, the last decade, that's the last freaking, you know what I'm trying to say? Like freaking 2029, that's when we start being like, okay, it all makes sense. Like, I get it. Like, we're here. Rebirth energy, you know? Probably like till like 2025, we're gonna be we're probably gonna get to a place where we're gonna be like, okay, we struggled long enough. So how can we bring this all together? How can we start to rebuild? How can we start to rebuild? You know? And then once we kind of rebuild, then it starts rebirthing, you know? Death, birth, you know what I'm saying? But it's a transition. I feel like this whole decade is just going to be a transitional period for all of us, for society in general. You know what I mean? Yeah. Even like this, look, you have somebody, he's struggling and struggling and struggling, right? And then the moon is about, sometimes you have emotions going all over the place and a lot of things are happening, but then eventually you get to this period, this sunshine period, you know? I feel like for a while we're going to be in that space where we're like, we don't really know what's happening, but eventually we'll get to the sunshine again. But we got to go through the moon first. You know, the moon is the darkness. The moon is the emotions. The moon is the chaotic stuff. The moon is chaotic. You know, why every time usually if you notice, like during a full moon, people start acting a little bit more crazy. Lunar energy, lunatics, right? The moon is chaotic. We have to go through there first. We have to go through that energy first to get to where we need to go. Something more stable. Yeah. Something more stable. Hold on a second. Let me get my charger. Hi. Hi, puppy. Mm. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. If you're new in your awakening, how can I assure that the spirit guides I'm asking can connect with are true and not false and evil entity? Your intuition. I know that's like but like seriously, like intuition. You know, you get to a certain point where you trust yourself enough to know the difference between a good entity and a bad entity. And you ask yourself literally, you know, um one the person I was talking about earlier, they showed me a really good exercise. Sometimes you ask a question and you see what your heart says. So literally you ask yourself a question, you close your eyes and you breathe. If it's a yes, the heart will feel open. If it's a no, it will feel restricted. So you can almost get in a meditative space and you can ask a question. And if it's a yes, just wait for that answer and see how your heart feels. If it's a no, and see how your heart feels. Or just ask yourself and just see how you feel when you're working with that specific spirit or entity. How do you feel? Do you feel good or do you not feel good? You know what I mean? Like, this is something that you got to start leaning onto your intuition. And then also, ask questions about that spirit. If a spirit is like approaching you, talk to it, communicate with it, build a relationship, ask questions, see what's going on. Because like I said, those evil spirits and stuff like that, a lot of them just have a good amount of them, they're labeled evil, but they're really not. And then some of those evil spirits are actually the most protective spirits. Like, they'll literally protect you, and when people try to do stuff to you, they'll go for other people that try to fuck with you. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? And then also you have trickster spirits as well, but you'll know the difference. Like, you'll see in their energy the difference. What's happening? Okay. Okay, what's this person talking about? How can you find a guiding spirit and build a relationship with them? A good book, the Encyclopedia of Spirits. You can like go through that book and you can look and glance and study the different spirits, study their energy, study their characteristics, study what they like and stuff like that. And you can work with them that way. And for me, I recently really got into like the Orisha. And if you don't know what the Orisha are, they're like basically I hope I'm saying it right, like Yoruba spirits and stuff like that. And I've always been drawn to specific spirits too. And naturally, the people, if you hear about spirits and stuff like that often, or like they just somehow you feel drawn to them in some way, you find them fascinating, that's probably a sign that you should work with that spirit as well. Um, for example, me and a specific Orisha, like I found myself like speaking something into existence once, and I actually I got so into spirit where I started I screamed her name. And at the time I didn't know what I screamed, because I was just like, I didn't even know what that meant until I Googled it, and then I saw that it was an Orisha. And I was like, oh, interesting. And then I went to this, I actually went to a witch convention. I know, it's so cool. I went to this Black witch convention, so like Black feminine witches, people of color. I went to a witch convention, and they started talking about, certain Orishas and stuff like that. And I heard her name again, and they actually explained more about her. That was actually the one that they started talking about more. And I was like, oh, so I'm called to work with her. So then the more I research her and stuff like that, then I start, you have to build, how you build a relationship is you just start literally researching, asking. And when you're in meditation, call on that spirit, communicate with that spirit. And there's, like, for example, even if you're working with like people like the Orisha, there's certain like guidelines and stuff. Like, for example, when it comes to the Orisha, like, you got to talk to Papa Legba before you talk to any of the other Orishas. And I learned that in a funny way. Like, Papa Legba is this spirit. He's actually a trickster spirit. He actually is representative of like Mercury, the planet Mercury. And he rules communication, and you have to talk to Papa Legba before you talk to any other Orishas. And there's two spirits that were really like, I was really called to. I was called to, for example, like I was called to, let me see if I can tell you. I can't speak about it, but I was called to a specific spirit, and I was called to them because I kept on hearing their name, and I tried to talk to them, and then they were like, whoop, nope, pump the brakes. Like Papa Legba said, whoop. I was like, wow. And Papa Legba is known for being this like super like funny trickster spirit, but also is like a really friendly spirit, one that opens the doors for you, ones that like opens the doors and removes blockages for abundance in your life and stuff like that. But he's also a trickster. And I remember I was sitting there in meditation, and I was trying to talk to that one spirit that I was so called to. And then like I heard, like, it's hard to explain, but I saw a vision, and basically it was like this guy, and he was like, are you ready to talk to the spirit of the blah, blah, blah? And I was like, yes, I'm ready to talk to him. And then, are you sure that you're ready? Like, and then I was like, this is Papa Legba. You just messing with me right now. Like, literally. And then I saw his face. And then, literally, for example, Papa Legba is known, like, I do your research. Like, Papa Legba is known for being connected to Monday, and the colors red and black. And I remember I was in that meditation, and Papa Legba was like, listen. Papa Legba said, come back, talk to me at the crossroads on Monday. And I'm like, okay, how I know this really you? How I know this really you? Just like you were saying earlier, how do I know that, the spirit is true? I was like, how do I know this really you? And he was like, he showed me the color red and whatever. And I was like, okay, cool. And he showed me some other stuff too. So then I remember I went back to, I went to my computer, and I saw like, oh, he's associated with red, and he's literally associated with Monday and the crossroads. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So yeah, like how you build a relationship by talking to these spirits, researching these spirits, seeing what they like, seeing what they don't like. You know what I'm saying? Who do they gravitate towards? There's a lot of spirits that I know, like a lot of goddesses, they hate people who disrespect women. So, like there's some spirits that do not like that shit, like some goddesses that do not like that shit. So if you try to sit here and disrespect women, and then you try to call on this certain spirit, they're gonna be angry. Like they're gonna be like, bitch, who are you talking to? Literally. So you gotta do your research, and that's how you build a relationship. And no, Papa Legba is not the devil. Like I said, it's, you got to do your research and you got to build a specific relationship with these people. And like I said, I remember, oh, it was funny. I think it's okay for me to tell that story. Like so the whole thing is like, you got to meet Papa Legba at the crossroads and bring some pennies. So I brought some pennies, and I actually have a dog. I have if you hear him in the back over there, like I have a black dog. His name is Baba. Like his name is Baba. And I don't know, even before I got my dog, I knew I wanted to name him Baba. Like I just knew. Like I don't know why I knew. I just knew. Like I was like, I'm gonna name him Baba. And then I got my dog from this random person on Craigslist, and I was like, oh my god, like because there was a bunch of puppies, but then there were a bunch of white puppies and a tan one, and I saw Baba and I picked him up, and he literally was so cute, and I tried to put him down and he would not let me put him down, literally. So I was like, okay, you're for me. So I took Baba home and stuff like that. And yeah, so he's such a rambunctious dog. Like Baba is he's all over the place, right? Crazy, like he's all over the place. But even Papa Legba, that specific spirit I was talking about, he's associated with black dogs, right? So so basically Papa Legba had told me, listen, what you need to do, meet me at the crossroads on Monday, then you could come talk to me. Then I'll tell you what you need. I'll tell you everything. So it was Monday night. I said, what time? He said 10 o'clock. So I came through to the crossroads at 10 o'clock. I was like, yo, this guy. Oh, I was nervous. I was like, oh my God, it's dark. It's nighttime. Oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm also I'm not really that. I was working a lot on like releasing my fear, so I wasn't really that scared of nothing. So, but I took my cousin with me, and we pulled up to the crossroads. We're like, okay, so the crossroads is basically like you can go to any intersection. So, like I said, Papa Legba is known for basically moving mountains. Like if there is obstacles and there's blockages in your life that are, causing you to not be able to experience abundance, certain things in your life that you want, you talk to Papa Legba. He's also communication. You want to talk to any of the Orishas, you got to talk to Papa Legba. So I'm sitting here at the crossroads, like, okay. And I swear, like, me and my cousin were in the car, like, oh my God, this is so crazy. And I'm like, oh my God, I was scared to go out. I brought my dog with me because, like I said, Papa Legba was associated with black dogs. So my dog's in the car, my cousin's in the car. We're like, oh my God, like, I'm scared to go out. Like, it's dark. And this is in Florida. And so we was in the country, y'all. So, I'm sitting there like, oh my God. And I kid you not, I look in the rear view of the mirror and there's like this light. You know how there's like basically entrance signs to different communities? There's this sign that it basically had the community's name on it. And it was around Christmas time. So there was like white lights around the entrance sign to the neighborhood. And I'm looking at it from the mirror, and I see this big spirit, like this man just come out in front of the sign, and he was just staring at the car. I was like, oh my God, it's Papa. Like, and I was like, oh my God. And I saw him, like I saw him. He was like a man. He was like older. He was chilling, I saw him, but it was interesting. And I was like, holy shit. And then when my cousin went to look, he was gone. Gone, nowhere to be found. I was like, wow, like I dead saw him. So then I go outside and I bring my dog with me. I got my pennies and I have my dog with me. Like I said, black dog. My dog is so freaking like energy. Like he has so much energy. I go outside. I'm walking my dog around this crossroad. He is as calm as can be. Calm as can be, not doing nothing, just so like chill. My dog never does that at all. So, and then I call on the spirit of Papa Legba, and I say, hey, Papa Legba, you there? Like, what's going on? And the next thing you know, the wind just picks up and says, and moves the leaves, and I'm like, oh shit, hey, what's good? How you doing? What's up? So then I just go around the freaking crossroads and I, do the ritual, whatever the case is. Oh yeah, I'll even tell you what ritual I did. I did the 16 penny ritual or whatever. And I had 16 pennies every corner of the crossroad. I dropped 4 pennies and I made 3 different requests. And I was like, listen, I'll tell you one of the requests had to do with money. I was like, listen. All right, boom. Help me basically remove any blockages, whether those are habits that I have or outside things that are causing me from basically not being able to gain money in my life. Blockages, belief systems, habits that I have, whatever. And with Papa Legba, he works in 3s. So 333, that angel number. So like I said, I had that experience with him and it was crazy. Like I said, he's a trickster spirit. So I remember we leave the crossroads. You're not supposed to look back when you go to the crossroads. So I'm driving away with my cousin, vroom, vroom, and we get into this main road. And I kid you not, we stop at the light. I look at the first license plate right in front of us, the license plate in front of us, and with the other car, it says Legba. The license plate says Legba. And I was like, holy shit. I can't wait to tell blah, blah, blah about what happened. As soon as I say, I can't wait to tell, I make a left turn. There was no car, nothing coming. All of a sudden, this motorcycle comes out of nowhere and says, Bam! Basically, I could hit that much space in between me and that random motorcycle that was going literally like 80 miles an hour out of nowhere. I kid you not. There was no motorcycle there. Papa Legba also rules accidents. Trickster spirit once again. But 3 days later, I got a random $1,000 in my bank account. 3 weeks later, basically I was dealing with fear and a lot of subconscious beliefs that I had around a lot of different things, but I faced my fear. And 3 months later, which happened to be March 3, this month has been probably one of the most profitable months that I've had in my life. My whole beliefs around money has changed and abundance has changed. My whole beliefs around a lot of things have changed. And I've saved, even like how much money I've saved. I've saved so much money and I was never the type of person to do that. My bank account was always in the red, always. Like I would get money and then I would spend it all. And like, I just never could have money consistently. For the past 3 months, I got that together. You know what I'm saying? That's how you work with a spirit. They'll tell you what you need to do. When you messing with the right spirits, they'll tell you what you need to do. And like I said, these are energies. And these energies are also associated with your chakras. Like Papa Legba, he's associated with your root chakra. You know what I'm saying? These spirits you can work with these spirits because you are in tune with these spirits. You are those spirits. They're a different part of you. So you don't really got to be afraid of a different part of you once you really feel that and know that. And, money is associated with self-worth at the end of the day. So if you are lacking money in your life, it usually always indicates there's a level and lack of self-worth and a fear around money or a belief system around money that is not allowing you to easily make money. A lot of people have like the classic money is the root of all evil thing and then wonder why they broke. Because if you don't want to be evil and you think money is evil, your spirit wants to stay hella far away from money. This may sound stupid, but can white people do voodoo? Here's what I would say. If you're called to a specific spirit and you feel called to that spirit, I don't see anything wrong with that. I do know that people of color, they seem to have like associations with like, they just have a classic resonance with, Vodun and, Santeria, stuff like that. Like there's always kind of a classic connection, but if you resonate, I mean, Yes, work with spirits, guys. Like, study your spirits and work with spirits. Like I said, a lot of, especially the goddesses, especially if you're a woman, you should be working with goddesses, y'all. These goddesses out here, woo, woo. Like I said, a lot of these goddesses, they do not fuck with people who disrespect women and stuff like that. So if you are involved with people you're not supposed to be with, or somebody's like planning something against you, these goddesses not gonna let it happen. Like, you're not gonna disrespect my child type shit. Like, it's like a mom is like putting their arms around you, like, you're not fucking with my baby, okay? So you work with a goddess, man, they not having it. Like, I work with a specific goddess, and woo, child, she don't play no games with nobody, like, at all. You know, she's a warrior spirit too. So like, she make me fight when I need to fight. And not like physically, but like spiritually. I'm ready. You know, nobody's testing me, nobody's trying me no more. I'm not fearful of shit. The fuck? Yeah. Lilith. I'm drawn to Lilith. I'm drawn to Lilith's energy. I haven't like formally worked with Lilith, but I'm really drawn to her energy. And I think that even researching her story, I think that she's powerful. And I think that she's misunderstood. Like, even when you study like your Lilith placement, you know, you get a lot of different opinions on it when you start studying what does your Lilith placement mean. But yeah, no, like Lilith, she's a powerful goddess, and she embodies like your sexual nature too, like sexuality in forms of being a woman. And I feel like a lot of women, they're not in tune with their sexuality in the way that they should because of society and like what we get taught. Once again, that's that societal conditioning, you know. But she's complete. She's sexual liberation. She's power. She's empowerment. She's feminine empowerment. She does what she wants, you know, and she doesn't allow men to control her. And that's why I fuck with Lilith. Like, when you start studying her story, even when it comes to terms of the Bible, you're like, oh, she's dope. Mm. That was funny though. Mm. Juno. Um, that's an asteroid. I haven't really studied when it comes to that being like a spirit or an energy, but I do know that's associated with like, you know, basically your marriage partner and commitment. And I know that your Juno placement basically tells you the type of person that you're really compatible with in terms of like that long term partner. You know, like somebody that you might not always think that is the best for you, but actually is when it comes to long term partnerships. You know, your Juno placement. You know, like, oh, like I think my Juno placement is Libra. And before I did not really like vibe with Libra energy correctly, but then I got involved with somebody who had a lot of Libra placements, and I was like, oh, I know, I get it. I see how I could do this for a while, like for a long term relationship. Can you talk about where beginners start with spirituality, how to get into spirits, astrology, and chakras, psychicness? Where do we start? Woo! That's a loaded question. I think I might make a video about that. Because, like, honestly, it's all interconnected. So if you start one place, you probably end up in another place naturally. Like, for example, astrology and the chakras. You'll notice that the when it comes to your personal planets, like, you know, basically like the classic ones, the chakras are associated with those different planets as well, right? And it's all interconnected in a sense. But where do you start? Where would I give somebody to start? First of all, ask what you're drawn to first, the most. And if nothing comes up from that, then I would personally start on astrology or the chakras. I think the chakras are easy to learn first because there's 7 chakras, you know, and they're on your body, and you could start working with them. You can work with each one for, a short amount of time, a long amount of time. It's up to you. And it's easy to do your research on the chakras. So, and knowing what colors are associated with the chakras and where they are in your body. Like, these are things that you could learn easily by Google, by getting a book. I'm going to probably do a workshop on that as well. Actually, it's going to be no, in the divine feminine workshop I'm coming out with at the end of the month, I'm only talking about really the sacral and the root. But yeah, you can find a book about that too that breaks down it easily, all the 7 chakras. And I feel like that's easy to start with. Also, when you start getting into astrology, once again, it's really like calculated. So it's easy to start to learn once you just put in the work and research. So you need to learn about the 12 signs. What are the 12 signs of astrology? And then also that's when you start getting more advanced, learning about the 12 houses that correlate with the 12 signs, and then you can peel another layer and another layer. Then when you start learning about aspects, you start getting into degrees, you start learning about the transits, you know what I'm saying? All of this stuff, you let it build. But for the basics, learn about the different signs of the zodiac, learn about the houses that correlate with the different signs of the zodiac, learn about the chakras. I'm doing this because I could easily see the list in my head. When we see things with a list, it's good to start with because it's organized. But now when we start talking about like spirituality and working with spirits, that is an experience. That's something that you really learn by experience, and you really learn by also it's you got to go based off of what feels right when you're working with a spirit, right? So if you notice that a specific spirit keeps on showing up in your life, then that's when you say, oh, okay, what is this spirit about? How can I work with them? What do they like? How can I set up an altar if that's your thing? An ancestral altar, whatever the case is. But that's more of a thing that's like what resonates with you. Astrology and the chakras, they don't change unless you start going based off of different systems. Like if you want to go with, Western astrology or Eastern astrology, or like even, in some systems, like there's not even 7 chakras, there's like 25, 100 chakras. But the basics, you can learn easily. Somebody say, oh, you streaming. It's like I never talk on here. So when I do talk, we talk for a long time. How do you find out your Lilith placement? You can Google it. I think Cafe Astrology has a nice calculator. If you guys want me to make a Lilith video too, that would be dope. Comment down below. Also in ancient Egypt, I freaking, it depends on which ancient Egypt you're talking about. You talking about like Kemetic shit, like straight up like African black shit, then yeah, I love that shit. Like Osiris, but really Asar. If you talking about that, I love it. Possessed by spirits, spirit possession. Spirit possession. Here's the thing about possession. It's very rare for a spirit to just be able to, like, I when people hear possession, they think, oh, an evil demonic spirit is going to take over their body, they're going to kill a bunch of people. No, it doesn't happen like that usually. Like, that's so rare, so rare. Now, channeling. I bet you guys have heard of channeling. that is, in a sense, what possession is like. But that's the pretty word for it. Channeling is being able to basically be a vessel for a spirit that they can talk through you. And when you start channeling, you're able to basically speak for them, and they're speaking through you. God is speaking through you when you're channeling. That's the same thing what possession is like. So it's like when you're channeling, you're not possessed in a way where you feel like you're not in control, because you can kind of snap yourself out of it anytime you want, you know? If you were possessed by a demonic spirit and you didn't want that, you need to set up boundaries. You need to set up energetic boundaries for yourself. Okay. You need to set up energetic boundaries for yourself, and you have to be you have to set the right intentions, and you have to make sure your subconscious mind is also in the right place too. Because you can consciously think, I just want to talk to good angels. But if your subconscious is like super afraid of everything you've ever been taught about spirituality, then you're naturally going to be a frequency for darker beings. Is channeling the same thing as being in tune? In tuned, I don't know if that's a specific term for something, but if you mean in tune, just like kind of like in the zone, it kind of feels like that. Like when I've recently realized this. Like I told you guys before about like my struggle with depersonalization disorder. I had this thing where I would kind of feel, sometimes I would feel like I wasn't in my body when I was a kid. I've had that ever since I was a child, until I kind of gotten less afraid of it, and then it really went away. But there's still some times where I do feel that way, and it's usually when I'm looking at people and I'm talking to people. And I just really I recently realized that, because I was having a conversation with a friend and I was speaking, and I just started talking, and I started to feel depersonalized. And now I think that every time I was really being depersonalized, I think that I was also being channeled. Because even my friend, he after he was done, he was like, wow, I really need to hear that. That was dope. Like that was crazy. But I swear, like I looked at your face, and your face changed and your voice changed a little bit. And I was like, oh, it's crazy, because in that moment I felt depersonalized. I felt almost not in my body. And I think that's a form of channeling as well. Mm. I just realized how nice the YouTube lives are than Instagram. All of you people are amazing. Hell yeah. Every time I go live on Instagram, it sucks. Like I used to go, if you guys really have been OG followers of me and like subscribers of me and stuff like that on here, like I used to be on live all the time, especially like when I was like a little bit younger. I used to go on live all the time on YouTube. And then I tried going live on Instagram. It just wasn't the same. I've had a couple lives on Instagram that were like, oh, okay, this was chill. But then for the majority of it, it was just people just being weird or like saying mean things or whatever. And then nobody would barely come. And then like when I was on live on YouTube though, those would be jumping. Like on YouTube lives, like it would get interesting. The tea, you know what I'm saying? Like even when I used to go on You Now too. Oh my God, I don't know if y'all remember those times, but going live on You Now and stuff like that, that shit was crazy. Mm. Girl, it was your child. I respect my child and she respects me too, so she does it naturally now without depersonalizing. Huh. Yeah. My my child. You mean like my younger self? Do you mean like my younger self, my inner child? Yeah, I would say possession is kind of like what you said, blackouts. It's like when people, they always say that when you drink a lot, And you know when people like blackout drunk, and then you know how some people they do stuff when they're drunk and they don't even remember what happened. You know, that's what that is. Like when you drink a lot, you basically are not all the way present, like consciously, and beings can actually tap into you when you drink a lot. And that's why you see when certain people drink, especially in certain locations, like people will get like real belligerent, or they'll start like getting nasty, like just will be like mad aggressive, just want to fight, just want to argue, because a lot of times they're being possessed by a negative spirit, and then they'll black out. They don't remember anything that happened at all. It's possession. Channeling is more of like the good experiences. Yeah, alcoholic drinks are called spirits for a reason. You know, when you drink, you're basically just open to different entities and stuff. Especially if you get drunk. Like you get drunk. Oh yeah, your spirit is wide open for possession. How do I feel about vibrations and frequency? Very important. Both of those are very important. Because they 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 affect your ability to manifest certain things in your life. Like if somebody wants $1 million, but their frequency is vibrating all the way down here, you're not going to be able to get $1 million correctly. But if you like, yeah, shit, I'm worth $1 million. Shit, I get money. I make money. I'm a happy ass bitch. Period. I'm the shit. La 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 la. I'm happy. I'm money. Money loves me. Money loves me. Money loves me. Money loves me. Okay. Okay. I can receive with my left hand. I can receive. I'm down to receive $1 million. Because your frequency is already there. You know, like I was saying before in my last video, if you vibrate at the frequency of fear, you attract situations to you that match that. Yay. Like I'm the perfect example. Like I said, I had so much fear about the spirit world. I had so much fear about the spirit world. Like, oh my God, I'm so afraid of the spirits, but I'm so intrigued at the same time, but I'm so afraid. I had lots of experiences with demons and people fucking with me, spirits fucking with me, energies fucking with me, until I realized who the fuck I was. Like legit, as soon as I realized who the fuck I was, and I really did that shadow work, and I really dived in there, and I got deep into who I was, I understood like really who the fuck I was. Man, there was one point where I looked myself in the mirror. I said, shadow self, show yourself to me. And I saw myself, and I was ugly. She was ugly. She was ugly. She was scary. And I was like, but I was like, I'm not gonna look away, because that's a part of me. Why am I scared of myself? It's part of myself. But she was scaredy. I looked in that mirror and I was like, oh. My eyes, they looked all weird, and like my face started to do some shit. They started black. And I was like, oh. I was like, I'm staring at you, bitch. What's up? And then after that moment, when I really accepted myself and all my flaws, all my traumas, all my insecurities, all the bad things I've done that I'm not proud of, all my fears, everything you try to shove underneath the rug and never look at it again, all the things that you try to pretend that are okay that aren't okay, you deal with that shit, you face it, you come to terms with it, you go and you rewrite stories, you do all the whole process, right? I gotta make a whole video on that, but you do the whole process. And I looked at myself, I saw myself, and I said, all right, I'm scared, but I'm not though. I was like, all right, bet. After that moment, y'all, your girl was all my abilities truly and like awoke. They awoken. They woke the fuck up. I thought I woke it on my abilities freshman year. Child, let's talk about some pyrokinesis. Child, let's talk about some telekinesis. Child, let's talk about some telepathy. Child, let's talk about it. Y'all ever firebended? Y'all ever never mind. I can't say everything on here. Jesus is coming. Here we go. Jesus is coming soon, right? All right. Jesus is coming. Now, here's what I would also propose. Let's take the Bible. Let's take the Bible and think about the Bible as not just a literal thing. Let's take the Bible and look at it as if the Bible is a metaphor. Let's not take every single thing in the Bible as literal. Maybe, just maybe, the Bible is a metaphor, because when back in the day, a lot of ancient cultures, they spoke in riddle. They spoke in story. So when people say Jesus is coming, the rapture, it might not literally mean Jesus is coming. But it also could mean, like I said before, a shift. Just like in 2012, which was the end of the world, I feel like that was written in a Mayan calendar, whatever. 2012 was the end of the world. Now think back to 2012 and realize that's when a lot of people started to have awakenings, right? But it was the end of the world. It was the end of the world as we know it and knew it. The shift started. 2020, what are we going to see? We're going to see natural disasters. We're going to see chaos. We're going to see people going through crises. The world crisis that's happening right now. Financial crisis, whatever. Some type of crisis is shit is going to happen. Saturn and Pluto, right? It could be anything. I think it's going to be, earthquakes, a wave, so a tsunami, financial crisis, yeah, I think just a big crisis dealing with those type of things, right? Representing the rapture, the end of time. What did I tell you before? Pluto is death and rebirth. Everything got to be destroyed. Everything has to die to be born again. So Jesus coming. Jesus is coming right the fuck now. Jesus is already here. Jesus is already here destroying everything so that it could be reborn again. But if you think Jesus is coming like this figure that's going to be like, oh, my people, this is Jesus. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But when we look at the symbols, that's exactly what's happening right now. The rapture is right the fuck now. It's go time. It's game time. It's destruction time. It's rip everything apart time. Let's get it. But that rebirth gonna happen eventually. So the end of times is right the fuck now. It stops now. Okay? It stops now. The world is ending. But death is a transition. Just like everything else in this natural world. You die, and then you're born again. There's winter, and then there's spring. It's all a bunch of cycles. So yeah, we're probably about to die in a figurative sense. Some of us, we might die. You know, RIP, rest in peace to the people that have, you know, died during all the crises thus far. But the world is ending, but it's going to be reborn again. That's the secret. It's a big fucking cycle. So even you being scared of death it makes no sense. Why are you scared of a transition? Why are you scared of death? Or what? Somebody's going to kill you. All right, if you want to come back in this bitch, you can. Like, if you want to come back to Earth after you die, you can. Or if you want to ascend, you can too. It depends on where you at in your ascension. But you don't gotta be scared of death. You don't gotta be scared of death at all. There's no point. You could be scared of change. That's the point. That you could be. I could definitely see somebody being scared of change. If you're afraid of change, you're afraid of transitioning, then yeah, of course. But death, like, oh my God, no, don't be scared of death. That's the real thing they don't want motherfuckers to know. Because if people realize they don't got shit to be afraid of when it comes to death, then you can't just sit here and be like, I'm gonna kill you. So do what I say. Okay, you wanna kill me? And like, what? I believe when you die, you can come back to this earth. Every single person right now, this is my belief, every single person right now living your life that you're living, you chose this. You chose this. Your life right now, who you are, your family, how you grew up, your situation, you chose this. Before you incarnated here, you chose this life circumstance because you wanted to learn a specific thing. Maybe in a previous life you were lacking something, so you said, in this life I want to learn more about this. That's when in astrologers we look at the North Node. Okay, we look at the North Node for that. Like, for example, I have my North Node in Virgo, and my South Node obviously is in Pisces, and it's also in the 9th house. So I have South Node in the 3rd. So my North is where I came to like learn about. So I came to learn about a bunch of like Virgo shit. So organization, having a plan, health, a routine. But naturally, my natural thing is like, okay, I'm a Pisces. Let's just go with the fucking flow. Spirituality. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Pisces life. But then for some reason, I came into this life and said to myself, okay, well, probably in the past life, I was so into that Pisces energy that I lost myself. And Pisces is also associated with drugs. So maybe I was like some alcoholic and I freaking lost like a connection with like the routine and the day-to-day grind. I didn't have that. I just kind of was like living. I got so into my spirituality that I forgot that life existed, and then boom. So I said in this life, okay, I'm naturally this really spiritual person and this go with the flow person, this really creative person, but I have to learn how to not let that get out of hand. And if I want to be of service to the world, I can't just not have any solid foundation. I have to learn about organization. I have to learn about keeping structure in my life. So that's why I came here. You know what I mean? You have to, that's when you see that when you start studying different ways of seeing that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like another person, they could have Aries as their north node. So that means their south node is in Libra. So in a past life, they got so into relationships. They like were obsessed with relationships. Maybe they got into like a marriage when they were like 14, and they had all these dreams and goals and desires, but they never went after them at all because they were so obsessed with this marriage that they forgot about who they were as an individual. So that's why in this life they said, okay, I'm going to have a north node with an Aries because I can't forget about my dreams and my desires and my goals. So I'm going to make sure I get that done. Even though my tendency is to lean in these codependent relationships, I have to remind myself that I need to do stuff for me in this lifetime. We chose our life circumstances, you know? We chose the different qualities and properties that are going to make us who we are right now. So if you're going through shit right now, you chose this shit for a reason. And that reason is to learn something from it, to make you into the person that you were meant to be at the end of the day. You know the goal. Deep down, somewhere in there, you know the freaking goal. You know there's a deep part of you that knows what resonates with you, and you know why you're here. It's just, and you have to see that every single time you're going through something and life seems like some fucking bullshit, it's a challenge that you set for yourself. Because you lacked something in a past life, or it was something. So you need to learn that lesson so you could become the person that you chose to be. Because every single thing that you're going through is preparing you for who you were meant to be at the end of the day. And you could be a freaking 3-year-old. You could be a 10-year-old and you out and you said, all right, I'm done. I did what I had to do. I'm out. You could be 50 and say, all right, I'm out. I'm done. Peace. That's what I came here to do. I'm out. Naturally, you did. You could be 100. Shit. We all got different purposes. We all come here for different reasons. Your job is to figure out what that reason is and to be aligned with that so that that shit could go smoothly. And chances are, if you're watching this, especially if you've been here for this long, you probably have some type of higher purpose in a form of that's like helping the world in some type of way. Probably, at least half of you, you know. So think about it. Yeah, that's a hard one to take into a baby. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it. Some babies are not even born. Why? You don't know the reason why. Consciously, you don't know the reason why. But this hard one to take in. But let's say that somebody had a miscarriage, and because they had a miscarriage, they ended up feeling bad about something, and then they ended up going to the store at midnight to get themselves a bottle of alcohol, and then they run into some person that introduces them to something, and the next thing you know, they're aligned with their purpose. That baby that incarnated there knew that before they came here. You see, there's a bigger picture to all this life shit. Extremely big. And sometimes when we're so focused on the present, we don't see that bigger picture. We only see the events that are happening to us right here, right now. But even through the trauma and the tragedy, that shit is basically getting us aligned to where we're supposed to go. You want to start understanding life, understand the big picture. And a lot of us, even like when we're trying to manifest things, we're like, oh, I want to manifest this, I don't know, a car. And then we think of the exact way that needs to come to us. Fuck. You already have a car, though, but you want to manifest another car? Shit. Somebody could try to manifest a car, and the next thing you know, they end up in a car accident, or somebody steals their car. And they're like, what the fuck? I wanted a car. So you're going to, what? I wanted to manifest a car. I didn't want my car to get stolen. But the next thing you know, you get that car that you had wanted after a while. But, sometimes you don't see why certain things are happening in the moment but then later they make sense. There's a plan, honey. There's a plan. God has a plan. You know what I'm saying? So some things are shitty, man. One of my karmic things are relationships. Child, I already told you about my relationships before. Venus in the 8th house. 8th house is transformation. Venus is your love life, your love, your relationships in general. I've been in situations where I've been with people that were shitty. And I'm like, yo, why the fuck? Like, what is happening? Why am I manifesting these people in my life? But then I look back and I think, wow, if I did not know this person, and this person, I wouldn't have learned this lesson. And yeah, I'm wise as fuck. Yeah. So it's all purposeful. You know? It's all purposeful. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. And allow your life to just be, allow yourself to be, accept that it is what it is. And just know that if you want something, that's coming to you. You have to treat it like, someone, your favorite person is coming to visit you. So let's say your cousin or your sister or your friend hits you up and says, oh my God, I'm coming to visit you in a month. You don't sit there and be like, oh, yeah, I think my cousin is about to come visit me next month. No, you sit there, you get excited. You're like, yay, my cousin's come to visit me. And you don't think about it the whole time because, it's like a month from now. So you're not going to think about it every single day of your life. You're going to be like, oh, I'm excited. But every time you think about it, you're just like, yay, I'm excited. Then you just leave it alone. You forget about it. And then when the month comes around, the end of the month comes around, and your cousin is at the door. You knew she was coming. You knew they were coming. So get happy for it. You know what I'm saying? While your cousin, while you was waiting for your cousin to come, every single day you might have went through some shit. You know what I'm saying? Some days were good, some days were bad. You know what I'm saying? But your cousin still goddamn came because they bought that flight ticket and they was there. And now you're happy because your cousin's there, your sister's there. That's how you gotta treat your manifestations. Know that they're gonna come, get excited for it, and even go about your business and understand that every day is not gonna be perfect. But as that time is progressing, your cousin's still coming. Your manifestation is still gonna come true. It's still gonna happen. That's what faith looks like. That's what faith feels like. You just know. Tell you that's a dangerous space to be in. When you know shit is coming towards you, man, oh man, that's when it's just boom. It's there. Yeah, telling it's coming and saying it's not there yet. You're right. You're right when it comes to that, but I also think that when you get into the metaphysics of it, you still have a vibration of I want this, I'm open to this thing. But I mean it in the sense where people are like really attached to their things and they're like obsessing over it. You got to get into the space where it's like, they about to show up. You know what I'm saying? When you're not really worried about when and how and where and why, that's when your fucking manifestations come to you so easily. You know what I mean? And you have to also trust that they come in divine timing when you just need it at the perfect time. You see, the universe is smart. They know you because you are the universe. So of course they do because you are you exist. You know what I'm saying? So trust in that divine timing as well. I mean, shit, I used to say, I manifested subscribers on my YouTube channel. There was one point in my life where I was like, fuck, by this month, I'm going to have this many subs. I'm going to work my ass off to have it. and they're gonna come. And then I remember I looked back at those like deadlines I set for myself. I said, November, I'm gonna have 10,000. So that's how about this. Like I was just saying, I was just wrote it down in my calendar. It is what it is, and I knew that shit, and I was gonna make it happen. I look back, I said 10,000. I had 20. Mm-hmm. Oh. One thing that really caught my attention is the word image, meaning to imagine. Yes. Don't tell me you're gonna buy tarot cards next. What are you talking about? Huh? What? What'd you say? Baby J and chill. Baby J and chill. Is this witchcraft? This knowledge? Oh, that's a good conversation. Law of attraction and witchcraft. What's the fucking difference? There is no difference. Yeah, there is no difference. Is there anything more to that? Let me expand on that. Law of attraction and witchcraft. Magic is being able to manipulate reality based on your own intention. Law of attraction is the basic understanding of like attracts like. So basically what's happening here, witchcraft, you're just more conscious to the power. You understand that instead of like it's like when it comes to witchcraft, you know that what you about to freaking do a spell on is going to come because you're doing it. And then also even the act of creating a spell is literally prepping your subconscious and your conscious mind for that spell to happen. So you gathering the materials, you consciously writing it down, or you consciously like boiling water and then bathing it, whatever the spell is, you consciously putting your energy into it is what it's that's the reason why the spell is working. In my opinion, you working with spirits, you know what I'm saying? It's because you're a vibration to those spirits in the first place. Law of attraction. Law of attraction for a lot of people is just the simple belief that what you like attracts like. Similar frequency attracts similar frequency. So if you vibrate at this level, you're going to get these things. The key is they're the same thing. Now, the thing about witchcraft is this is something that we've been doing since the beginning of time. Understanding nature, understanding how to work with herbs, understanding how to make spells, understanding how to channel spirits, how to set intentions that are so powerful that they happen in an instant or just, within their own time, right? How to heal with energy. Witchcraft. Law of attraction. Basically just one law that everyone uses to manifest. It's just a different way to manifest, you know what I mean? You can manifest health just like you could do a spell about health. But that's why I find it funny, like when people say stuff like, oh, I believe in like the law of attraction, but when it comes to witchcraft, oh, I'm scared. Like, I don't want to do that. You're already doing witchcraft. You're already doing witchcraft. And people think of law of attraction, think it's like it's all positive and shit. No, nigga. Like if you like attracts like. So if you have a negative intention and you are vibrating low, you're gonna get the same results. Like if you have a negative intention and you are vibrating low, your life is gonna look like that. Your life is going to look, that's the law of attraction. It works both ways. Why do you think that people get caught up in Negativity, like, oh my God, something so bad just happened to me, and then something else so bad just happened to me. Oh my God, how worse can this get? How worse can this get? More, vibrating lower and lower and lower and lower. That's the law of attraction right there. If you have a specific frequency, you're going to attract that frequency. People think witchcraft is all about evil. And once again, no. Magic is not good or evil, just like the law of attraction is not good or evil. It's about the intention that you put behind it. You can have a spell and do a spell to kill someone, or you can have a spell to make yourself feel better about, I don't know, something in your life, feeling beautiful, feeling good, bringing blessings into your life, prosperity, beauty, attraction. You're using the same law of magnetism, of attraction, and you're setting an intention. The law of attraction is not something that, just randomly happened and existed. Like, no, the law of attraction has been happening this whole time in your life. You've been using it ever since you were born, ever since you existed. You just weren't conscious of it. Everything that you see before you in your life is a reflection of your subconscious mind. It is a reflection of your frequency. Everything. It's always been that way. But now that you understand that and are aware of that, then you can start using it to your benefit instead of your detriment. When you consciously start being in control of your frequency and say to yourself, you realize that you keep on getting sucked into these negative situations in your life because you're manifesting them. And a lot of people will say, oh my God, I'm not manifesting this. I don't say to myself, I want shitty boyfriends. I just heard you yesterday talk about some niggas ain't shit. I just heard you yesterday talk about dudes aren't shit, men aren't shit, men are trash. But then you get into a relationship and you wonder why the man is trash. Because that's your belief. Okay. Holla, ladies. Like I said, I random ass relationship. I've been having so many random ass relationships and commitments and like just weird. My love life has been so weird recently. But I realized, like, holy shit, there's a part of me that's like that shit, that's attracting this shit. Where is it? What is it? And I went on that journey. And then I used to have that belief men are trash, dudes are trash. I kept on running into trashy dudes and I was like, wait, hold up. I healed the first time that I had a terrible breakup. I healed the trauma that I saw when it comes to certain relationships I saw growing up and how trash and abusive they were. I healed those traumas. I healed those subconscious beliefs. The men that started coming into my life, not half bad. At least they're not shitty. And if they are shitty, they don't hide it. And it's not like this Neptunian delusion where I don't see it. And I'm like, oh my God. And they're like low-key secretly manipulative. Like, no. Like they tell me like on the first date. And then I'm like, okay, I don't want to deal with you anymore. Bye. And then another one comes along and they're like, yeah, no, honestly, I feel like blah, 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 blah. But then they have like commitment issues. And then I realized, oh shit, I kind of have commitment issues. And I'm like, oh, there we go. But like attracts like. If there's a guy I can't forget about and always dream about, do you think it's a spiritual thing? Could be. Could be. That person themselves, they could have something even in their chart that indicates something Plutonic. Pluto. You're in my mind. Or Neptune. Hypnotized. I hypnotize these people. But maybe. But maybe they also, I've heard before that if you dream about someone, they're also dreaming about you. Who the feds killed? Damn. Am I a Leo? Yes. I'm a Leo in Western astrology. I'm a Cancer in Eastern astrology, or sidereal. It's crazy. My sidereal chart. Oh my God. Like, I'm literally like a Cancer stellium. Am I going to be at DreamCon? Not that I know of. There's still conventions happening during the virus. I'm a Venus in Leo. What do I think is more accurate, Eastern or Western? You know, it's funny. There was one point where I got super into Eastern astrology, where I was like, wow, like this Western shit fake. But then I was like, no, I vibe with Western. I resonate with Western. I like both of those. I like both of the charts. You know, I feel like for me, this is me personally. I think that my sidereal chart represents the higher octave of my energy. You know, I don't know really. I really don't know how to put it in words yet. I am still thinking about it, but yeah, I'm gonna talk about that later. How do you know if your third eye is open? Oh, we had a whole discussion on that. you know, when you know. Like, your third eye is open when that shit tingling. Your third eye is open when you start seeing things that you haven't. Your third eye is open when you can see something that you haven't seen before in something you've already seen. I hope that makes sense. Shit. Your third eye opens when you start becoming more intuitive. Your third eye is opening when you're able to perceive. Period. You start to see the truth. Aliens. Nice. You're talking to an alien right here. I still don't. There was one guy. Ooh, look. I'm looking at my reflection. I see myself. Oh, snap. I see myself. Oh, let me tell you. How you know if you're being spiritually attacked? Sleep paralysis is a good indication. If you ever go into your room and you feel like if you go into your room or like in a place where you're at often, where you sleep at night, and you feel like a heaviness in the room, if for some reason you start all of a sudden thinking really negatively, and it's like out of the usual, like it's out of normal, like you could just be having a positive ass day, and then all of a sudden there's just like this bitch kill yourself, like, you know, usually spiritual attack. Also, but at the same time, a lot of times people think they're being spiritually attacked, but a lot of times they're just refusing to talk to their shadow side. So it starts getting crafty in ways of getting your attention. You know? $5G. We wear 5G. Yeah. How do you talk to your shadow? I feel like you should prep in the sense that you should get in tune with potentially repressed parts of you. Because your shadow is basically you in the lower perspective, as well as the hidden. So everything that you've tried to shove under the rug since birth is your shadow, even in past lifetimes. Your fears, your traumas, everything that you feel bad about, your insecurities, write them all down, right? And then, kind of meditate on that. Go throughout each and every one of those things and say, okay, like just get in tune with where that first experience came from. And sometimes it's even like a literal sense where you can even call upon your shadow when you're ready, and you can meditate on who your shadow is, right? And there's videos that you can watch as well on YouTube, and also different sources and stuff that you could tap into available. But for me, it was writing down everything that I feared, everything that I didn't like about myself, and then figuring out why, accepting it, accepting all the parts of myself that society would reject that as unacceptable, not good, or even bad, like, accepting it, coming to terms, and getting introspective when it comes to that. And then I just got to a point where I grabbed a black crystal and I closed my eyes and I wanted to see my shadow self. And then I said, I want to see my shadow self. I'm ready to see you. I'm ready to face you. And then I saw my shadow. I saw who my shadow side was. And then I even went to the mirror and I said, I want to see my shadow self. And I just, like, I stared right into the mirror. And as I started to fade, like I'm staring in the mirror right now, and my face is starting to shift. But you basically, it's a process. It was a process for me. But once I did, I got in balance with myself. And child, like, there's so many things I was like so just holding on to and feeling bad about and wishing I never did, and mistakes I made. And I just came to terms with it. And I said, it is what it is. I am who I am. I accept all parts of me. But yeah, there's a lot of ways you could do it. That's just how I personally did it. And, I still recognize certain things about myself, but also work in the dark. Meditate in the dark more. If you ever meditate in a dark room or at night, outside, under the moon, whatever. Just darkness. Under a new moon even. Exactly. Like, I'm really sensitive to other people's energy physically. Like, I'm seeing the conversation that's happening. Like, for me, I'm really naturally sensitive to other people's energies. So much so that if I hold somebody's hand and if I consciously do it, I can take in their energy. I see what type of person they are. Even sexually empathic. I'm going to talk about that in my workshop that I'm about to drop later this month in the beginning of April. But I'm sexually empathic and I'm really, like, physically empathic. And, like, I can have a conversation with you and you could talk to me about some stuff and I could feel you. But if I'm holding your hand and you talk to me about some stuff, I start to feel exactly how you feel. It was one point I was like, I felt my heart started to close up around this person. So I put my hands on their chest and I closed my eyes and I saw their memories. I saw what was blocking their heart. My throat started to close up. I start to see and feel why this person needs to speak up. This person keeps on shutting himself down. You know what I mean? Really, I'm really physically empathic. And I think it's cool because I have a moon in Taurus. Moon is like it's your emotions, it's your intuition. It is your psychic sense in a way. And my Taurus is a really physical sign as well. So yeah, I'm really physically to the touch, just empathic and stuff. So I remember I was holding this guy's hand, and I remember he told me, he was like, no, there was one time I was dealing with somebody and she had a negative spirit on her. I had sex with her. I started having that negative spirit. That spirit was crazy. It was like a murderer. Like, it was like, kill this person in his head. And he had to like really work on rejecting that. And then I was holding onto his hand, his energy. I woke up the next day and I remember I was on Instagram, and I'm still on Instagram, and then somebody did some shit, or somebody did something irritating. I forgot what happened. And then I was like, I should kill her. Like, in my mind, like, I had this tiny thought. I was like, I should kill her. And I was like, I almost laughed. I was like, what? Like, what is that? And then I had a second thought like that. And I was like, oh, that person still has that entity attached to them. But then all I had to do, once I kind of know what is not me, what is not me, what is me, what isn't me, I was like, all right, bet, that's not me. So let me do this good old cord cutting. You know what I'm saying? Let me do this good old cleansing. Let me do this good old channeling of my freaking goddess and say, listen, bitch, we don't want that. And didn't have those thoughts anymore. That's why I say a lot of people that have it's kind of controversial, but a lot of people that have like mental issues and stuff, I really feel like a lot of times it's a spiritual issue as well. And if people were they weren't as afraid, and they kind of knew themselves really deeply, and they know what is not them and what is them, and they don't have fear, and they can see things objectively, just cut the cord, cleanse your spirit, cleanse your energy. Boom. You know what I'm saying? And tell you, I never had that voice, you know, I didn't have that voice or anything again, but I was like, oh shit, that person still got that entity attached to them. But as soon as you know what energy is yours and you know what isn't, and if you know that it's not you, then just tell it to get the fuck out of here and cleanse it away. Point blank, period. Moon and Taurus, yay. I did have a Tinder stalker. Sometimes I'm sad. It's not because I talk to people who are feeling depressed. Go, okay. So what do you do when you're sad? Do you try to run from the sadness? Do you try to distract yourself, or do you ask yourself what the fuck this is? Because a lot of the times, this is controversial again, but when it comes to depression, I had this epiphany like a long time ago. A lot of the times, depression is just suppression. It's just suppression. When you're depressed, it's not depression, it's suppression. The soul is suppressing itself. You are suppressing yourself a lot of the times. And the soul gets so angry, specifically the shadow. The shadow gets so angry that it says it's really telling you to notice it. Pay attention to me. You're not listening to me. So it comes out in that way. Like I had chronic depression to a point where I was about to be placed on medication. Really, like full blown, like psychiatric meds type shit. But I got to a point where I got to a point, this is triggering. So if you're really sensitive, then, you know, warning. I got to a point where I was literally sitting in my bed and I knew I wanted to kill myself. But then I also sat there at that same moment. I was like, whoa, this isn't me. This isn't who I am. I don't know who this is, but this person is not me. And then from that moment on, I was determined to find out who the fuck I was and why life was worth living. Where was I suppressing myself? Where was I suppressing my true nature? It's enlightenment waiting to happen. Okay. And you're about to be gone. Thank you. No, I'm not gonna cry. Oh, thank you. Thank you guys. Yeah, I love you guys too. But no, like, dead. Like, I really did not want to be here at one point, and I really didn't have any faith in myself, and I was so lost. But it was at that same moment that I figured out who the fuck I was. Like, that was the moment from that dark space. That was the moment that I went on that journey to finding out who was I. Because when you know who you are, you know your power, you know your purpose. Can't shit take that away. Not even yourself. This is a long ass live, bro. We've been on here for a minute. Maybe I should get off. Some of y'all gonna get sick of me. Do I have a good spirit? Yeah. I mean, I have a really good spirit. What do you think? Ask yourself. I would say so. Thank you. Yes. We've been on here all day long. Like, we've been on here. It's freaking nighttime now. Like, I was dead supposed to go over these girls' houses. That's not happening. Or maybe. Damn, they texted me literally like 3 hours ago. Fuck. I did. I took a 3-hour nap. Yo. Clarissa said she back. She said she back in the building. Dang. She said, this bitch still talking? God dang, this bitch still talking? Oh, God, these fucking trolls. If anyone wants to be a moderator, let me know. If you want to be a moderator, let me know. Because this is... Okay. Okay, I'm getting some people moderators. Yeah. Oh, Alaska. I've been in Alaska. Moon in Virgo. Moon in Virgo. Well, I have a moon in Taurus, so I can kind of relate to that moon in Virgo energy. I've noticed from a lot of moon in Virgos, a lot of them do tend to emotionally feel good when they do have some kind of routine in their life, some kind of routine. It could not make any sense to somebody else, but to them in their mind, it makes sense. And I also do notice that for them, a lot of the times they feel emotionally connected to like the things that they create and the things that they make, and so much so to the point where they feel like the stuff that they create and the stuff that they make, they can do it the best, that they can do what they want, like their vision that they have in their mind, they can do it the best. Nobody else can create that vision better than them. So a lot of the times they want to be in control of the things that they create. You can create many different things, like whether it's like literal content, literal artwork and stuff like that. But I noticed that a lot of them are like, no, I want to do it because I'm gonna get it done the best way I know. I'm the best person for this. You know what I mean? Aries moons, they tend to be really, Aries moons tend to be very competitive, not in a bad way, but in a good way. They're like, they usually have a good self-esteem unless they have unless there's an underlying insecurity. They have a good self-esteem, and because of that, they are the type of people that are going to get stuff done. If you challenge an Aries moon, they're going to be the type of person that's going to make you like, no, they're winning. I don't know how they win. The Aries moon always wins. The Aries moon is the type of person that is fierce in the face of a challenge. They're going to be the first people to do stuff before it's ever been done, because that's their mind. The moon is the mind. It's your instincts. So the Aries moon naturally says, I'm go for it. I'm gonna do it. You know what I mean? Cancer moons, a lot of times Cancer moons, moon is ruled by Cancer. A lot of people assume that Cancer moons are really emotional, and a lot of times it's like I know like four Cancer moons that they don't come off as emotional as at all. They actually come off kind of blocked from their emotions, and I feel like it's because they feel their emotions so intensely and so deeply that after a while, I feel like a lot of them block it off because they're tired of feeling so much. But deep down, if they just bring it to balance, they realize that their emotional nature is their superpower, and that they are really connected to the moon and the phases of the moon, and energy, emotion. They're great manifestors naturally because, like I said, you are able to put your energy into stuff and be able to manifest with it because you have that emotional power. So to get in tune with that power is your superpower, really. Scorpio moons. Scorpio moons, I've seen a lot of them have really intense emotions. Of course, we hear Scorpio moon, super intense emotions. When they feel things, they feel it really, really deeply. It's almost like they're feeling things into their soul, in their soul. They come with a certain intensity. And a lot of times people think that Scorpios are like the super intense people. But I found that Scorpio moons seem to be even more because the moon is your mind. The sun is your ego. So Scorpio moons are really more I would argue that Scorpio moons can sometimes even be more Scorpio themselves. That's where their mind is at. They move like a Scorpio on an emotional level, on a subconscious level. And this is also at the same time, I've noticed with a lot of Scorpio moons, they have interesting relationships with their mom. Either they love their mom to death, or growing up with their mom was chaotic and all over the place. Thank you. Oh my god, you guys want me to talk about all the moons? I mean, I have a Taurus moon. Something that Taurus moons are like, you're going to feel your safest when you are secure. When you're secure financially, when you're secure in your environment, in your life, and you feel like everything is going for you in that way, you don't have to worry about stuff like that. When it comes to like literal, like, I have a place to stay, I have enough money in my bank, that stuff is going to make you feel comfortable. When you feel like you are secure, a lot of times financially, you feel comfortable. A Taurus moon also is the type of person to have the Taurus, the moon loves being in Taurus because Taurus is so stable. It's so calm and the moon is always moving. So when you put it in Taurus, it doesn't have to worry about stuff getting out of hand, emotions getting out of hand, you know? Because Taurus is a really stable moon, depending on what house it is. But so Taurus moons, they're able to remain calm under stressful situations a lot of the time. But though, if you do trigger a Taurus moon, you're hitting a really, really deep wound, probably having something to do with lack. Short Taurus moon men love sugar puffers. Yeah, twinsies. Leo sun, Taurus moon, Sag rising. That's me. Mars and Scorpio. I love Mars and Scorpio men. Period. If my husband doesn't have his Mars and Scorpio, I'm going to be shocked. Ooh, Taurus moon in the 8th house. Interesting. Because Taurus, you know, the 8th house is Scorpio's house, and Taurus is the opposite of Scorpio. So you actually have the best of both worlds with that one. So yeah, that would probably do something interesting actually. Is at one point that would probably be the type of person where it's like a lot of stuff. There could be a lot of emotionally triggering stuff happening to them, right? Because 8th house is trauma, 8th house is transformation and intensity, but for some reason they're able to stay so solid through it all until one day they crack, occasionally. But this person is going to feel comfortable in intense situations. This person is going to be comfortable when it comes to the occult, when it comes to magic, when it comes to stuff like sex with people. And then probably when they get married, they're going to want to share resources with their lover. Saturn in the 8th house. Interesting. So either you take sex really seriously or you're a virgin. I'm just kidding. Mars and Sagittarius. Mars and Sagittarius. Mars is like here, the things that you put a lot of energy into. Well, and your conflicts, but your sexuality too. So Mars and Sagittarius, you're probably the type of person that's going to be turned on by when you're able to like expand in some type of way. So trying new things. Sagittarius is also generally like an optimistic type of thing. So probably even in that type of sense, you're probably gonna be the type of person that likes to have a lot of fun and try a lot of fun new things. Adventure, a lot of really adventurous, you know what I'm saying? You're probably the person that would want to travel to different places and have a lot of new experiences. Mars and Scorpio in the 4th house. Mars and Scorpio, somebody who's very sexual, whether they know it or not, someone who really is able to dive deeply into things. Like they can get to the depths of something, of a topic. You know, you have hidden laser sharp focus. When you put it in the fourth house, that the fourth house is the home of your emotions. It's your home, it's your family, it's your roots. So maybe either you had conflicts growing up when it comes to your family, maybe you had a conflicted family, maybe your family is really energized, or like whatever the case is, but nonetheless, you would either put a lot of energy into your family in some type of way, or Mars in the fourth. Yeah. Also very emotional. Very, very emotional. Can get triggered by the family members. Venus in Cancer. Venus in Cancer, that's how you love. Venus is how you love. It's how you flirt. It's what you like. When you put your Venus in Cancer, I mean, this is somebody who, when they love someone, they really want to, it's either they like to be nurtured or they like to nurture other people. They take on this feminine energy when it comes to their lovers. So they either want to be like cooked for, or like they either do that, or this is like either way, like either this is the person that's gonna like enjoy that feminine energy of like nurturing and like emotional support and cooking and stuff like that, or they want that done to them. They have a really soft love nature, a really sweet and sensitive type of person, somebody that can intuitively understand what another person needs, and I feel like they expect that in return. Venus and Taurus in the seventh house. Well, wherever planets that you have in your seventh house can often indicate the type of person you're either going to be with long term, or your marriage partner if you believe in marriage. So with Venus in Taurus in the seventh house, your person could be Taurian in nature, right? So this person could be literally representing Venus and Taurus, because Venus is ruled by Taurus, or Taurus is ruled by Venus. So like this is the person who's probably going to be they might be, if I don't know if you were a guy or a girl, but if you were interested in women, like this is going to be the person that like they're going to be curvy, they're going to be voluptuous, you know what I'm saying? Like they're Taurian, like they're probably gonna be very beautiful. And if it's like if you're talking about a man here, like this person's gonna be really charming, really handsome. This person's gonna embody Venus, so they might also have money. And also when it says about you, Venus and Taurus, you're gonna really appreciate the sensual kind of loving. So you're really looking for someone that knows how to wine and dine, somebody that knows how to cook, or that could introduce good food to you, someone that is really touchy, or you could be really touchy, so like you could like to massage people and stuff like that, a really hands-on type of flirtation, you know? Like Venus and Taurus is like, I want to show you that I love you by doing things physically, and it's not always sexual, it's sensual, you know? Sensuality is your game. Venus and Leo in the seventh house, you know, that's going to be I have Venus and Leo. That's basically like the love nature itself is going to be really expressive. When you really love someone, Leo's the heart, Venus is already love. So when you love someone, you're really going to be really passionate about this person. You have that fire energy there. So it's passion, it's raw. It's like you really are going to feel really attracted to this person. And also with Venus in the seventh house, maybe necessarily you might not always feel like you're that person all the time. Maybe you sometimes don't even recognize that you are such a lover and that you are so passionate because it's in your seventh. Your seventh is what's hidden from you. But ultimately, the person that you're going to end up being with, they're going to embody this energy very heavily. They're going to bring that love into your life. They could even be really creative or artistic, like artsy or just creative in some type of way. And Venus and Leo is somebody that is really going to it's like Venus and Leo almost, like I said that before, Venus and Leo wants like a romantic comedy. Like they want the romance, you know what I mean? That's the 5th house. They want the romance. They're romantics at heart. So I mean, that person probably is going to bring it out of you, or they're going to embody that within themselves. Yeah. Ooh, that's a cute one. Venus and Aquarius in the first. And I like Venus and Gemini in the ninth too. Well, Venus and Aquarius in the first, since Venus is in your first house, you are Venus. You're literally like whatever your rising sign is, Venus is also being added to your rising sign. You're coming off as Venus when people see you. So people are naturally going to find you attractive. People are naturally going to think you're beautiful. They're going to think you're diplomatic. They're going to think you're charming. When you put Aquarius there, it has an interesting energy. Venus and Aquarius always, it always ends up bringing this unusual element into the love life, whether this person wants to be involved in relationships and love situations that are a little bit unusual in some type of way, you know, like whether it's like an open or like maybe just like unusual people, just something is a little different, right? And we put it in the first house, it's right there all over you. So you are kind of embodying that energy as well, right? And then Venus in Gemini in the ninth house, oh, you can't be with somebody who's boring. You have to be with someone who you could explore the world with, that you can expand your mind with, because the ninth house is expansion. It's travel, it's far distance journeys. And Gemini energy, which is the opposite of that ninth house energy, it really is all about like communication, talking to different people. You know what I'm saying? It's about intellectually vibing with a person. So you need to be with somebody that you learn a lot from, or you can learn a lot with, you can explore with, and you can travel with, and you can just be curious with, and that's okay, you know, whether that's literally non-traditional or traditional, but it's okay to be experimental and like expansive, and you need to be able to talk to this person, have conversations with this person, you know. You got your moon in the first house. Naturally, you're going to be very sensitive, very psychic, very easily. You know, people are going to find you. You actually change with the moon, whether you're conscious of this or not. If you really study astrology, you'll realize that whatever phase the moon is in, whatever sign the moon is in, you feel that to the first degree. You're going to feel that right. It's going to be right all over. You can't really help it. It also means that you could be quite moody. Your moods could change a lot. And even like your energy levels can change a lot as well. You're really attached to the moon. If you already don't study the moon, you should study the moon, because it's going to be key to like you understanding yourself, because that is you. Venus in the 12th house, Venus and Leo in the 12th house. Ooh, be careful with falling in love with the wrong people. Make sure you're falling in love with who people really are instead of who you're dreaming them up to be. Because with Venus and Leo, it's already like hyping that love life energy up. And then 12th house is the house of fantasy, of hidden things, of mystical spirituality. So you got to be making sure that you're seeing people for who they really are. And if you feel like you're not receiving the love you want in your life, then you need to love yourself first for who you are and recognize the special qualities of yourself. And then people are going to start perceiving that in you. And also Venus in the 12th, this could also just mean that the person that is right for you is somebody who's very spiritual, somebody who's really mystical. And also on the opposite side, someone who's like a drug addict. So be careful. Yeah. Yeah, people want you, but you're picky as fuck. Venus in the first, definitely. Venus and Virgo in the first. Mars and Leo in the first house. Naturally, you're going to be, whether you're male or female, you're going to come off very masculine. And that's not a bad thing. You're going to be naturally very masculine in nature, right? Because, you know, Mars is already your aggression. It is your sexuality. It is your, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's your go-getter side. So in Leo is also a masculine sign. People are going to really take this masculine energy from you. And you naturally are going to become Mars. So you could naturally yourself be a go-getter. You could be ambitious. You could also be lazy. But that would probably piss you off. You probably would naturally feel like, dang, I should be doing something right now. You know what I mean? But people are going to find you very sexually attractive as well, whether you know it or not. People are going to find you sexually attractive. They're going to be like, dang. You know what I'm saying? But this is like, that's Mars in first house in Leo. That's leadership quality. You could be a great leader. Venus in Scorpio, somebody that has intense relationships, somebody that is attracted to intense relationships, intense relationship situations, sometimes toxic in the negative, and then in the positive, it's a really deep spiritual connection, somebody that understands you to the core. Okay, somebody that you have a great sexual chemistry with, and even maybe even a spiritual connection as well. And people themselves, they find you very alluring, even if you might not consider yourself physically attractive. Other people are somehow drawn to your energy in a sexual way. Venus in the 11th house. This is somebody who naturally is going to find that they love groups of people, whether, you know, they're the oddball group or like the popular kids. They're going to naturally do well when it comes to groups of people. This could be someone who could speak to a group of people or even get involved in the internet. You know what I'm saying? Because it's what they love. 11th house is connected to the internet. They could love the internet. They could love just somehow getting involved in the community. Also that you could see gains in your life through Venus. So through art, through beauty, fashion, money. Venus and Scorpio in the 8th, that just doubles the intensity of Venus and Scorpio already. You probably love the occult. You probably love mysticism. You probably love sexuality. You love taboo shit. You love intensity. You love shit. People are probably scared of you in a way. Or maybe you have fears yourself, but people are drawn to you. They find you really mysterious. They find you alluring. And you have an intense magnetism to you. And you can utilize that for good or bad. My sensitive ass maybe I need a Scorpio. Oh yeah, Scorpio North Node. That's why you have Venus and Scorpio in the 8th, because if your purpose is to understand Scorpio and to basically embody those scorpionic characteristics in your life, you have the right ingredients to bake that cake. So basically you got everything you need to basically it's about shared resources. It's about having deep relationships with people. It's about getting involved into the deeper meanings of life, diving into the occult, diving into the hidden information. It's about understanding conspiracies. It's about transforming. It's about letting go. It's about letting go of this natural tendency to stick to things for so long and to be so stubborn, and understanding transformation. And sometimes it's not pretty. Yeah. North Node in Taurus is just the opposite. That means you had a South Node of Scorpio. So the South Node of Scorpio, you focus so much on these attachments of these connections that you had with people. You probably abused those connections. You're probably really powerful in a past life. And you got lost in that sauce. You felt that if you didn't have a certain connection with a person, you wouldn't be able to create the wealth in your life that you need. So that's why in this life, you're kind of learning how to say, hey, it's not all about my pleasure with another person. It's about, okay, how can I create a business for myself? How can I create wealth for myself in this life? How can I maintain security without another person? It's about enjoying this life. It's about enjoying what the earth has to offer. It's about getting sensual. It's about enjoying luxury. But it's from your own perspective instead of a relationship. Yes. We've been at 77 for so long. That was my angel number for such a long time. I used to see 77 everywhere in 777. Why is there nothing in my 7th house? Well, you don't always have to have anything in your 7th, like in any of your houses. From that it's hard to explain without like a physical chart. Let me see if I can bring up a chart if y'all can see it. Okay, let's click on Kylie Jenner's chart. So you see, we have this, right? We have Kylie Jenner's chart. Now she has this. This is empty. Oh fuck. Okay. Her 7th house is empty, right? And 7th house has to do with your relationships. And there's nothing there. Does that mean she's not going to be in a relationship or she's not going to get married? No, because it actually makes it easier for the astrologer. What an astrologer does when there's no, when there's no planets in the house, they just look at the 7th house ruler. So, okay. So she has Cancer on her. If you see the little Cancer symbol, she has Cancer on her 7th house. So then to see what type of person she would get involved with, you got to look at where her moon is at. Because Cancer rules the moon. So she has a moon in Scorpio in the 10th house. So she's either probably going to get involved with somebody that is a public figure, and they're probably going to be scorpionic in nature, right? They're going to embody the characteristics of Scorpio, and definitely probably some water type of energy, especially because you have Cancer on the 7th house. And let's see if she has any other indicators of anything here. Yeah, but probably something watery. Something watery in nature. And then she already has her midheaven in Libra. So she's probably, and you can even see from her, what is she, midheaven is like your career, right? And Libra is like relationships. She's had a lot of public relationships, right? Where people were like saying a lot about her. But yeah, Kylie's low-key intense. Kylie is low-key intense. She has like 4 planets in the 8th house. Okay. Yeah, she's low-key intense, and she loves intense partnerships, and she's really picky. But she loves connecting with people on a different, like a deep level, and a lot of shared resources, a lot of money. When you look at the whole Kardashian gang and Kendall, the Jenner gang, like they all have a bunch of 8th house placements. And you know what the 8th house is? It's sex, it's money, it's resources, it's other people's money, it's hidden things, it's the occult. So I'd be willing to bet that they got some secrets in their family, and they all rich because other people's money. You know what I'm saying? I'm a firebender. Capricorn moons. So you said I want somebody that's about that business. I want somebody that's about that money. I want somebody that's gonna be secure. I want somebody that's going somewhere in life. I want somebody who's serious, that's gonna take me seriously. Yeah. Mars in retrograde. Oh, you Mars in the 1st house in retrograde? Shit. You might have issues when it comes to expressing your anger correctly and effectively. Either you get angry but you suppress it, or you don't know how to suppress it at all, and you just kind of like you just go off the handle. And Mercury, that's also the type of energy. Could be more introspective. I have Mercury in retrograde too. Be more introspective, can see things from a different perspective, right and a left brain thinker, creative genius, okay? An excellent writer, sometimes have trouble speaking or expressing their thoughts in the way that they see it in their mind. You know, sometimes it's hard to express how you truly think because it gets lost in translation sometimes. Can be very intelligent and creative at the same time. Okay. Good. It's a good placement to have, but sometimes challenging. midheaven and Cap. Look at where your Saturn is as well in your chart. That's probably what you're going to be known for in the world. But midheaven Capricorn, you might. Okay, so that means you might have Aries rising, right? But either way, it's like you have to. Capricorn works really hard and it requires discipline. And that's your midheaven. Your midheaven is like a career. It's like yourself in the public. So naturally, the people you're gonna come off as having it all together. People are gonna see you as a level, like somehow you're just like an authority figure. That's your natural like persona, and you're gonna have you have the ability to have an excellent career, probably, but it's gonna require discipline. And you might struggle a little bit, but once you do it, you're gonna do it correctly, and it's gonna be dope. You're gonna be a boss at what you do. So the houses are so important. You want to know what a person really does and what they're going to do with their life? You look at the houses. So let's say somebody has their sun in Leo. The sun is the role. The sun is the personality. The sun likes to shine. So if the sun is in Leo, the sign, which is Leo, is going to represent the actor that's playing that role. So that's the flavor that they're giving the sun. So this is just going to hype it up even more. This person's like, yeah. But then where's it all going down at? Where's this person shining at? Where do they really feel good? That's the house. It's the area of life that it all goes down in. So let's say somebody has their sun in Leo in the 3rd house. So this person is going to bring this super flamboyant or just dramatic or bubbly, out there, expressive Leo-like energy, and they're going to put that into the 3rd house. They shine in the 3rd house, and the 3rd house is Gemini's house. So that's communication. So when it comes to communication, that also could be entertainment, especially if we have Leo here already. So that's somebody that's going to be an entertainer, a speaker, a writer, okay? Somebody who is an author of some sort. Or, 3rd house is also like, it could be just like data, technology type thing. So somebody can also get involved in like technology-based things, data-based things. This is also going to be the type of person that always knows shit. They just know a bunch of shit. This person knows a bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? But just like there's 12 houses, there's 12 signs. Just like there's 12 signs, there's 12 houses. If you understand the house, like Aries is the 1st sign. So the 1st house is all about the self, the identity. What is Aries naturally? Aries naturally are focused on their shit, their goals, what they came here to do. They're leaders. So of course, the 1st house is the 1st sign. They're focused on the house. The 1st house is your identity. It's your appearance. It's who you are. It's where you're going. You know what I'm saying? It's what you've done so well in the past life. It's just become so a part of who you are now. It's you. That's why any planets in the 1st house are just added into your personality. So 2nd house, quick thing. 1st house, you figured out who you are. You know who you are. And but now what do I have? I know who I am, but what things do I own? The 2nd house, the house of possessions, money. Okay, how much money do I have? How much worth? How much am I worth? Because I know who I am. But how much am I worth? Okay, I know how much money I have and shit, and I know like what's going on. I know who I am, but who's around me? 3rd house, it's communication, it's community, right? So talking to other people, communicating with other people. But shit, I'm having all these like casual conversations with people, and I want to go deeper. So I want to really bond with people. I want people to feel like family. Cancer, the 4th house, family, the home, emotions. Yeah, I'm having all these family emotions, and I'm having all these deep connections, but shit, where's the fun? Shit, 5th house, fun, creativity, romance, getting in a relationship. But now I'm having too much fun and I need some structure. Virgo, the 6th house, daily routines, health, you know, things that you do on a daily basis, work. You take your passions and you make work with it, right? But shit, it's not all about work. It's about relationships too. It's about my coworkers. It's about who I'm working with. It's about who I'm in a relationship with. 7th house, partnerships, marriage partners, relationships, romantic relationships, other people. But dang, yeah, this is my relationship, and we got married, but shit, what happened after we got married? Shit, behind closed doors, we're having sex. Behind closed doors, we're sharing our money with each other because we got married. Behind closed doors, there's secrets that happen, you know? Behind closed doors, there's some intensity, you know? Everything that happens behind the closed doors. 8th house, Scorpio, intimacy. Okay? But we got to take this to a higher level. Like, this shit's getting out of hand. It's a little toxic. You know what I'm saying? I don't really know. I don't understand what's going on, but I need to figure out what is happening. Where are we going? What is the higher perspective of all this? Who is God? Why did I meet this person I got in a relationship with? The 9th house, Sagittarius. The 9th house is expansion. It's higher learning. It's going to school, college, philosophy. It's the law, okay? It's seeing things from a higher perspective. It's religion. And then after that, you're like, okay, I know all this shit, right? I got all the right resources. I know what's going on. I've been through all this journey. But now I want to be known for it. Like, who do I want to be known out in the world? I learned all about my relationships and I've done all this inner shit. But who am I out into the world? Capricorn, 10th house, your career, who you are in the public sector. You know what I'm saying? It is your authority in life. It is your public image, the 10th house. Wherever you see the 10th house is what you're going to be known for. But shit, it's not all about me and my accomplishments. I mean, we are living in the world. We were in the 9th house and we saw everything from a higher perspective and we traveled, we saw the world, and then we became known for it. But it's not all about me. The 11th house, the house of Aquarius, groups of people, humanitarian shit, the internet, communities, expansion in a different way. It's understanding that everyone, like there's so many people in this world. We are a collective. But dang, I really feel like, but you still have, with 11th house, you still have a certain level of disconnect. You feel like those people are different than you. They're just your friends. They're different parts. But then when you get to Pisces, the 12th house, it's not just all about your friends. It's about everything in existence. The 12th house is spirituality. The 12th house is realizing that you are nothing. You are nothing and everything at the same time. The 12th house is understanding that we are all connected because we just went through this whole journey. You know what I'm saying? We just went through this whole journey trying to figure out every little thing about ourselves and life and shit. And then we got to the point where we're Pisces and we're this 12th house thing and we're just everything. It's everything in existence. And then you go right back to Aries and you're just yourself. You know what I'm saying? The 12th house is hard to pin down though, because a lot of times it's Neptunian energy. So it's like you can't put a finger on it. If you have any planets in the 12th house, there's always some confusion there because there's so many different energetic things happening. It's hard to process because it's not meant to be processed. It's meant to be felt and experienced. But yeah, those are the houses. But like I always say, you want to know what somebody's really up to and what they're really doing. You know those houses. It's going to show you exactly what they get down in life. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody could be like a Scorpio stellium. They could have Scorpio in everything. So yeah, oh my God, they're so Scorpio. So yeah, they're so sexual. They probably have the best sex. But then all those placements could be in the 3rd house. They just talk a lot. But then if you see somebody with an 8th house stellium, I'd be scared. I'd be like, oh. I like it though. No, my dumb ass. Who's the hater? Bye-bye. Yeah. Oh yeah, know your Jupiter placement too. Your Jupiter is where you're gonna find your natural luck in life. How you can attract abundance, prosperity, wisdom, fortune. If you know your Jupiter placement, you know where you can really have good stuff come to you. Also, if you want to, if you can look at all the houses in your benefit to see. That's why you like get astrology readings and stuff like that. Like if I was reading someone's chart and let's say they ask a certain question, okay, how can they make more money in their life? Look at the 2nd house, look at the 10th house, look at the 6th house, look at the 8th house, and then break it all down and come up with that thing. You would probably make money doing this. Or if they want to be an entertainer, okay, so you can look at the 5th house, which is the house of entertainment. Okay, so they have their 5th house in 5th house ruled by the 11th or something. Okay, this person needs to be an influencer, an internet entertainer. You know, you can use your chart to see what the fuck is happening. Yeah, Taurus is sensual, Scorpio is intense. Even though they're in the same room, they're in the same building, like they're literally in the same room. They're just on a different side of the same room. They're looking at each other. Literally, like if you look at the wheel, they're literally looking at each other. So it's like they see each other. They're just inverted. You know. Yeah. But okay, guys. Yeah, Chris Brown and Drake. Ah. Hell yeah. Like think about it. Drake is known for doing some low-key shady shit, right? Chris Brown just slapped everyone. His shit came out in public. But they was both doing shit. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Scorpio's secret tour is gonna be in public. Like Drake was sitting there, had allegations of people. He was talking about he killed somebody. That Drake killed somebody. You know? Chris Brown, he's just out there slapping people. It's all in the public. Chris Brown is an open person that can be really expressive with his, you know. But let's not get into that conversation. They looking at each other across the room. Drake is possessive as shit. They also say Scorpio. Yeah, Scorpio is possessive as shit, but they also say Tauruses are possessive as well. Even though for Tauruses, it's usually like a physical possession. Scorpios, it's like a really, it's both physical in a way. Taurus is like, I own you. Scorpio is like, it's hard. It's like, it's almost like an energy thing. It's like you get sucked into Scorpio. But yeah, let me get off this live, y'all. We've been on here for 4 freaking hours, okay? I'm about to leave y'all. I'm about to leave you guys. Yeah. Okay. Some last little things here. Okay. All right. Remember to be disciplined. Okay, if you have some shit you need to do, you have all the time in the world now. We're literally about to go on a lockdown. You have all the time in the world. Get it done. Focus. Neptune, it's time to use your imagination. It's time to get into your creativity. It's time to dive deeply within your soul and your spirit. It's time to get lost in all of the confusion and allow yourself to be there for a while and understand that you might not always know the answer, but the answer is going to come as soon as you go within. Speaking of going within, we have Chiron healing. Okay, so this is the perfect opportune time as you're home to dive deeply into your wounds and to heal those wounds, to meditate, to get in tune with your spirit, in tune with your soul. And like I said, we're going into Saturn Aquarius soon. So this is the type of energy where you need to start thinking about different ways to communicate with people, whether that's on the internet. New innovative ideas are going to be key to surviving and to thriving through this experience that we're about to head into. And understand that your uniqueness and your eccentricness is what is going to be valuable during these times for the next few years. So be unique, be yourself, be different, and this is the type of information and stuff that is going to be valuable at this time. But all, it's going to be fine. We're going to go to good places. Ooh, look, that Uranus breakthrough energy. Okay, this is awakening. We're going through a change, but the outcome is going to be the sun. It's going to be positive in the end. We just need to go through this confusion and these changes, and we're going to end up being in the place that we need to be. So I hope you all have a beautiful day. Every single person that entered this chat, no matter who you are, I'm sending you nothing but love. I'm sending you nothing but success. Ooh, I'm opening my heart. I send you nothing but love and success and happiness and health. Yes, health, peace of mind. Okay? I'm sending it all to you. I love you so much. Even though I don't know you all personally, I love you so much from that divine level. Okay? Bye so much. See you next Sunday for whatever we're going to call these live streams. And we can get lost in conversation again. I can't wait to spend more time with you. Bring questions, bring topics. Make sure you follow me on Instagram. Okay? Both my Instagrams, depending on like how real you want to see me get, because this type of shit, I talk about that on my stories on my second account at Jalian. And on my main account, just have fun with me, at It's Baby J. So I hope you guys, beautiful night. Once again, I'm sending my heart out to all of you, good energy out to all of you. And bye.